Christmas night. She's a fucking delight. Winter cold to hot summer rays. Reindeer will fly, pulling Santa's sleigh. Two countries a world away, the same holiday. The Cloud Queen cares for everyone. Her roller coaster ride has only just begun. This is her wish. Debug, demystify, destigmatize. Miss Shorty's on the naughty list. This tune is the Christmas sound. Her global roller coaster goes around. It's the holidays at every turn. She is a Christmas star out of Melbourne. Miss Shorty connects all the lights, just checking all bright to light up Christmas night. She's a fucking delight.
Hey, shorties, how are you going? Hello, hello. I just, wait. Hi, who's here? Oh my God, Siri. Jesus, fuck, Siri. Hey. I had things in my ears and now they're gone. Let me just double check my audio. Audio. So, I think that last night I don't think I had my microphone plugged in, and so I think that when I was singing, you could hear everything I was singing, and so that's awkward. But anyway, sorry about that. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I can't know. Just pretend like I wasn't. Merry Christmas! Did Santa come? Merry fucking Christmas, right? Hi, Jessica from Florida. Good to see you. Kathy, hey. Taryn, Amber, Poppy's here. Lois, hi. Meg P said, my hubby just yelled from the other room, language. Sorry, Mr. P. Yikes. Poppy's licking me. That's fantastic. Hey, C. Smith, good to see you. Debbie Blair, gorgeous. Brenda. Poppy, you're panting at me with your sharp claws. Kimberly, hi. Oh, Brandy Hughes, hi. Hi. Kelly Steffi, hi. Yikes, Buster. Oh my God, you're so strong. TLA Terry, how's it going? Merry Christmas to you all. Thank you for joining me. Please tell me, how has your Christmas day been? What have you been doing? Hi, lovely Beth. I'm sure you're very lovely. You must be lovely if you're here. Language. Shelby, girl, Prince Lover. How long will this be? Well, how long is a piece of string, Prince Lover? I mean, it's a whole day of testimony. We might not do it all at the same all in one go, but let me just double check my audio. I'm paranoid about the microphone thing now. No, we got it. Please don't tell me. Tell me how your Christmas day has been, please. Has it been great? Has it been lonely? Is this your only company for today? Has it been fulsome and you need a break from all of the real world IRL peoples? Happy Honda days and a blessed Toyotathon to those who celebrate. There it is. It's about 600 degrees here, so I think my hair down like this will last about 25 minutes tops, and then I will be putting it up because yikes. Ashley, how hot is it in Melbourne today? Hi, everyone. Merry Christmas to our American fam. That's it, right? That's it. Taryn. Rachel. Are you on statistics tonight, Rachel? Please. I'd love that. Have you hit the like? Rachel's going to be on you, counting who's watching versus how many likes we have. So, hey, there's a new emoji, a members only emote in the chat. I feel like I could only add one, but I could add one, and it's you're muted. So that it's crazy hot, right, Ash? It's bad. I can't remember a hot Christmas like this for quite some time. It's been a while. Hey, bang bang. Oh wait, I just said that to Ashley, but I meant to bang bang. How's it going? Okay, I'm on it. Hit that like. Debbie says, it's been good. I only do what makes me happy at the holidays and stay away from the drama. Well, please give us some pointers. You know what we're doing though? We are winding it back. The drama is subsiding. Can you feel it? Can you feel 2025 coming at us? To me, 2025 on paper looks like a really solid, like I get a lot of confidence from looking at the numbers 2025. I feel like this is our year, shorties. It's coming. Bruni Saint, many one and all have a wonderful Christmas and Boxing Day. I hope joy fills your hearts. Yes, what a beautiful sentiment. Hi, Gigi, good to see you. Chat is bay, right? Of what is here. Woo! Yesterday, my friends turned up for Christmas Day. I had a Christmas movie playing. They said, "What? No, Karen Reed." You are surrounding yourself with the right kind of people. Hey, Ange, good to see you. Dragonfly. Thank goodness you always keep the same display picture and the same beautiful white doves of peace, because otherwise I would be so confused, because I am easily confused. Who else is here? Reese. Oh, my washing machine's just finishing. Excellent. I love that for us. Samsung. Hello, everyone, says Reese. Can't believe I made it on time. I'm so proud of you, Reese. Wow. Turning over a new leaf. Maybe, like, I think I was half a minute late, maybe. Debbie, there's something about it, isn't this year was a wild kind of a year, but I really I love numbers. I'm not good with adding them up and shit, but the look of numbers 2025 feels good. Feels good. Gigi says, I had a white Christmas this year here in New England, North Central Mass. Lovely. Bang, bang. Yes, I hope so. I need a year with less stress and more positive vibes. Well, here's the place for positive vibes, man. This is it. We're here. Oops. May, not many. My whole world is just one big oops. Lovely Beth. A friend from England refers to some people as dumb as a bag of wet hair. And I love saying it now. Well, I like that too. Jessica Whaley, sending big hugs. You have been through it, and I hope this is the start of a better year. You know what? Thank you, Jessica. But this year has been amazing. And even these last few days, weeks, all I'm feeling is love and growth and support and learning and lessons. I like the bad shit, the heavy shit, the toxic shit. Really, it's Poppy. Sorry, Poppy's just being very loving. It's very hot for love, Poppy, but I do love you. Yeah, it's been rough, but here we are. Like we're amazing. Our community is growing. The people who don't want to be here have taken themselves out of the community, and that works for all of us. We don't no one's here under duress, and let's just keep growing. Poppy, please don't lick me. I love you. Don't lick me. Thanks. She says I'll take that as a hint then. 1 day break from analyzing testimony is good. We had a 1 day break. We did. And here we are again. It's time for Merry Christmas. Here's some Trooper Proctor. Well, I've got some amazing streams coming up. Actually, we're going to do a live stream on the dark triad. If you haven't heard about that, it's a theory in psychology that there are certain types of people who have a triad of personality traits: narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. And we're going to look into that. And we're also going to talk about malignant narcissists. There's a whole lot of interesting stuff, learning stuff that I feel like some people who are interested in that and open to maybe understanding humans a little better will get a lot out of it. And I guess there'll be other people who will be outraged. Either or. Hi, Courtney. Good to see you. Spent it with my animals. Very peaceful. That's lovely. Hi, Andy. Hey, former North Central MA here too. Now Ohio. Catching this live and on time. Andy, I am noting your punctuality and I am proud. Lois, that's great to learn. Bang, bang. Oh, hi, Dave T. Good to see you. All is well. All is merry and bright this Christmas, right? I must have said she. It is the age of Aquarius is now. I feel it. I'm so proud of us. I'm so proud of us, shorties. We lead by example and it feels good. Moon Goddess is here. Lovely. Hey, gorgeous. Bang, bang, welcome. Yes. Ashley, yes. You're here, what dear? Oh, Lois, welcome. Hey, on this note, I'll play this, but this stuff's all about to go, so enjoy anything I play today. It's going. We just can't anymore, can we, chat? It's devastating, but you got to draw a line in the sand. Amber suggests join our Discord here. I would love you to join our Discord. It's a beautiful, safe, fun, informed, interesting, supportive, counting place. If you do join, I'd love for you in the welcome to tell us who you are not who you are, but tell us what your YouTube handle is so we can connect, particularly if you have a different handle in Discord to your name on YouTube, because it's nice to be able to put a name to a face. And Steve Cody tried to join the other day, but he's an idiot because he put his real name in. So I was like, hi and bye. Ban. Thanks, Amber. Me too. I'm proud of you too, Lisa. You've handled it like a champ. I mean, I just did my best. Oh my God, I can't believe how hot it is already. I'm dying here. Like, oh, you know why? The fan's on rotate. Everyone loves cocks. Everyone does love cocks. We're only human. I can't figure out how to navigate Discord. Yeah, it takes a little bit of practice. Here's the thing. Oh my God, I'm so hot. Hang on, un momento. I've just got to put the fan on me all the time because dying. And I crashed my knee on the corner of the stone bench top. Okay, so Discord's like a big it's so much better. It's like a big filing cabinet, and my Discord is a filing cabinet. In that filing cabinet you have drawers which are different categories. Yes, and in each category there'll be a lot of hashtags or files or topics, so you can't break anything. I also get a little bit kind of lost in there sometimes, and that's funny because hi, it's my Discord. But you can't break anything. Anybody whose name is in pink will help you with any questions you might have, so give it a go. It's fun. It's great. And thank you, Taryn. I'm not going to play the bumper though, right? We'll just go with the words. Replay crew. So Chelsea asked me this in a DM on Twitter today earlier. So if you're watching this on replay crew, hi, replay crew is Bay, and you'd like to see the live chat, there is a way to do it. So when you get to, and I tried it today first time just to see how it actually works. If you go to the comment section and don't tap in comments, but just on the comment bar, swipe left, which is left for you. I don't know, left. and it will take you to the live chat replay option instead. Boom, booyakasha. Did I see my beautiful friend? Hi, Colors. Good to see you, girl. 2025, man. It's going to be a year. Poppy's licking me again. I love that. Who else we got? Am I down to the bottom of chat? I think maybe yes. So Merry Christmas. Those of you who are stopping, who are just joining, thank you. Poppy's been here all along. Don't forget to hit the like. It helps get this live stream out into the algorithm so more people know we're live. And the more you chat too, that helps. Let me pull up Poppy. Replay crew. Hit the like too. Thank you, Rachel. Yes. And replay crew. Also you guys now live chat. When the stream's ended, if you want to like type something in the comments, if it's an observation you've made about Trooper Proctor, or you just want to drop a replay crew, or I don't know, something, that helps as well. Anyway, all engagement. I don't care if you thumbs down it. It's all engagement. I mean, rude, but whatever. Okay, here we go. So we finished day 22, the first part of AJ's cross-examination of Trooper Proctor. It feels weird saying his name like as though he deserves some sort of respect. Let's just call him Proctor. Let me find it. There it is. Look at me, all professional and shit. Only fan. What's the volume doing? No, it's low. And OnlyFans. And oh, it gives me a heart attack every fucking time. Oh, by the way, if you're new here, yes, I do swear a bit. Sorry about that. Not sorry. We like the cursey words, right? What do we got this?
Let's get ready to rumble!
Also, wait, just so you know, I won't show you right now, but I've actually got a bunch of Australian chocolate cookies, a jar of Vegemite, some cool shades, bro, some sunnies that maybe I bought for a Christmas present for someone, he who shall not be named unless we're referring to him as Adam Levi Boyd, the pedophile, convicted sex offender. But I don't want those things. They're all good. I don't want any of the things. So I'm raffling them off. So if anybody buys a membership or gifts out memberships, any super chats, your name will go into the draw. Last night, tonight, and tomorrow night, I'll be taking all of those things. And before you say grifter, the postage itself will likely be more than the super chat income I get from it. I'm not even joking. Me sending out my bundles of stickers and thank you cards and envelopes, the free Karen Reid stickers, to my helpers in the States, cost me $150 just in postage for just some things. And this is a box of heavy stuff. So I just want somebody else to have the things. The sunnies, I have a pair of myself. I'll show you in a little while. I'm going to put a couple of stickers in too. So if you want one of these and you haven't, that's pretty cool because you're supposed to donate to Free Karen Reid, to Karen Reid's defense fund. But I'll chuck a couple. You are unmuted. Yes! Let's fucking go. Robin, it's good to see you. And the fan. It helps the algorithms. It really does.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reid.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reid. Good morning, jurors. So a few things. First of all, let me ask you those 3 questions.
Oh my God, it's so hot.
Able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone suspected. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
Hi, Merry Christmas. Well, yesterday was, but everybody else, Christmas Day, hooray.
Since we left radio, everyone said no. So by now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case. You may know why. But,
Judge makes me want to vomit. Yes, Lois. Yeah.
It's personal to that.
Oh, so Lois. No, who was it?
This case, and you're not to consider that.
Yes, it was Lois. Lois, you're going down on the
I need to give you. You'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction.
You're on the
again.
list.
Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding.
Shut up, Bev. Welcome all the people that are starting to come in. Good to see you. Hit the like on your way in. If you're lurking, that's cool. If you're doing other stuff, if you're body doubling, if you're one of my friends, the lurkers, hi, how are you?
So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right. With
that,
and
can we bring Merry Christmas, Poppy, please. Hi.
Someone said the other chair of the court during the case, now we're going to the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Trooper.
You can absolutely use all caps here if you like. Love it.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Wait, Mr. Jackson. Wait. Housekeeping. Yes, thank you, Amber. I'm more than happy. We are more than happy for you to use all caps whenever, if ever, who, if ever. And just keep them here. Don't go to other chats. Don't lose your mind, leave the caps lock on and go to another chat and use all caps. But here we embrace all caps. It's liberating. And before we keep going, thank you so much, Terry. Where's that little sparkly thing? Thank you. Welcome to new members. You are on the raffle list, Terry. I better put TLA1. That's some numbers, man. One. Oh my goodness. If only I could write properly. Yes. And there's heaps of cool members only emotes in the chat. If you've received one of those gifted memberships, yay, welcome to Shorties.
That's the packet of text messages with bait stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685.
Super Squirrel, hi.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection.
Oh, hi.
Why don't I see a sidebar on this?
You just got done with everything. Merry Christmas. Oh, we're going muted. We're going to sidebar. Sidebar. Hi, Sherry Berry. Hello. I've only got a couple of minutes. I snuck out of the house to have a ciggy. Love that for you. So just so I could get a shorty fix and a chat fix. Yes. Merry Christmas. I hope you're doing okay with all of the overwhelm of all the people. I've just been me and the dogs and you guys for days. I haven't seen another human for what's today? What is today? What is today? Thursday here. Is it? Yes. A week. No humans. Bliss. Hi, Kevin. Good to see you. From Ireland. Sidebar. Dave's channel's here. Sir. Good to see you. Going to be driving. Fancy that, Dave. You're never driving. That's weird, right? Drive safely. So if you're new here, guaranteed I'll at least once, probably more likely 3 times, mute myself. So if you remember, there's a new you're muted, members only emote in the chat. I'll always realize I have had some pretty good long ones where I've been muted for quite some time, particularly if I go and get cheese. So we're professionals here, right, Taryn? Uncle Frank, hello, darling. Good to see you. Frank and I have got we're going to have a beautiful conversation about healing and accountability and internet. I don't know. Tomorrow night at 7. I don't know if you've been following along. There's been some dramas, and Frank and I maybe didn't necessarily be on the best terms. Well, I mean, just one of those things. We'll talk about it tomorrow night. But you know what? It's a Christmas, the beauty of Christmas, where we've come together, and I don't think there was a hatchet, Frank, was there? But we're good. I have a lot of respect for Frank, Tiff, a lot of respect and a lot of love. And the kidney offer still stands, darling. It never went away. I'm not sure I'll be in the States too soon, but if I can and I get there and we match, you can have one of mine, babe. Not even joking. Who's this though? Wait, I can't see the names because they're green. I'm a baffled. Same, permanently. I thought my head was going to pop off during Proctor's testimony. Hopefully it stays on today. Put a lid on it. Uncle Frank, good to see you.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another
Joseph?
set of
Joseph, Merry Christmas, sir.
iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through.
Oh, here we go.
255.
It's going to rain, shorties. It's going to
I'd like
rain.
to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right, if you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
I'm really going to miss that bumper, but it's got to go, man. It's got to go. Thank you, Joseph.
Your Honor, may I stand at council table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
Sure. Excuse my terrible Boston
Let's try and do it
accent.
quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson. Let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamps number.
Love in the Laundry. That's a great name.
2680
Congratulations. Thanks, Joseph. You like to flick them
2685.
out like stripper dollar bills. Hang on. Buster needs to go to the toilet.
Right.
No shit.
The
BRB.
second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625.
I'm back.
The next packet would be 2662.
Do you think my microphone is as good as Plevin's?
2679.
Does my microphone give off phallic Plevin vibes? I want to hope so. Bang, bang. Absolutely. I'm going to take that to the bank. Props to Will, stand-up streamer. Absolutely. there's actually been a whole lot also going on with Shorty being the central character. It's been quite the almost week now, just saying. We'll keep going with this, but Tracy with an A. Wait, Tracy with a Y coming late. I will try to remember that when I comment. Better late than never, girl. Good to see you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone.
The next is just 2 pages, 26, 23, and 26, 24.
Bang, bang. 25 more likes,
Back
please.
20,
Zip out of the
25,
chat.
18,
Hit the like or the down like. I don't care. And come back in.
25, 26.
Shit. Is this a
Following
hint?
that, 26, 18.
Is this a hint? Or is it?
26, 20.
Shit.
Then back at 26, 28. And 26, 34. And finally, a packet inclusive of 25, 83
How dare you? That's assault, Rachel.
to 26, 17.
Take the red eye,
All right,
Jackson.
Madam Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please. Thank you.
When? When are they
May I
ruling?
approach?
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Here we go. A big sigh from Bev. She's not thrilled.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Well, good evening, ma'am. Auntie Deb. Merry Christmas, Shorty. Got to run and put these names on a wheel for the giveaway, then pass out. Glad you're up there doing your thing. Have a nice time. I love you. Thank you. Merry Christmas, Mr. Deb, Auntie Deb, ma'am, sir. Mwah. Deb. See how we adults can be adults and we be adulting and it feels so good? Feels so good. You're a beautiful crier. You're a beautiful crier. Uncle Frank, no makeup on and putting on makeup and beautiful crier. And your brows, oh my God, the amount of work I have to put into my brows, it's not even funny. You done great. You did do great. It was beautiful. It was great fundraising today, Auntie Deb. Joseph Kane and some other guy were flicking out the ones like it was going out of fashion.
Thank
That's
you.
Madam Court Reporter. When
Thank
she
you.
talks, I get so excited.
All right, go right ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front
Oh,
of you.
God. Do we need a trigger warning?
Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's
So we've already gotten the whack job. See you next Tuesday. I'll say it. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. That was on the yesterday. The previous day of testimony, which we covered in the last one of these. Trooper Proctor, we need to talk. So I can't remember where we were up to, but we're at the start of day 23. Oh, Jesus fuck.
the private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of
best chat.
Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Best mods,
Correct.
best
And then
chat.
there's some other folks in there that are
Best
identified by
community.
at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a
Ben,
group chat
Merry
with you and
Christmas.
8 of your
Hi.
high school friends about this
Joseph?
investigation, correct?
Sir, thank you.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page
Mwah.
25,
Thank you for
27.
popping by,
if you
Frank.
could
I
turn,
look
that's on
forward
the
to
bottom
tomorrow
right
very much.
of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this chat, this group
Rachel, do I need to have a stern word with people? I don't know if stern words necessarily work, but you won't miss anything if you X out of the chat for un momento. Hit the like and jump back in. Rachel's on a mission. She loves the ratio. We're all about good ratios.
chat was taking place on January 29th
Wait, it's on 1.25.
at
I'll
about
slow it down.
10:52
Too
p.m.,
fast.
correct?
Too
Correct.
fast.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip Name of that BPD cop, correct?
Hi, Eric.
Correct.
Good to see
First of
you.
all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m. John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a
Buckle
bunch
up,
of high
buttercups.
school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
Well, Joseph, that's
At
rude.
this point, it was 16
love it.
hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified
Yes.
John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is,
Thank you. Good point, Amber. Check that it's on live chat, not top chat if you're on either device. Sometimes on your phone, there'll be no option to change it from top chat to live chat. I don't know why. YouTube's do better. But for some reason, I don't even know what the difference. I think it's top chat is supposed to weed out the spammers and the bots, but we don't have any of them. So, right.
fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
ASAP Rocky.
Yes.
You
ASAP Ferg.
knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
Cracked.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Oh,
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take
Taryn, that's a good pro tip. Taryn's iPad was stuck on Top Chat, and she deleted the YouTube app and downloaded it again, and that got rid of that problem. There's a pro tip. See? Wow. Hive mind here. We can share and pool our resources and help each other. It's amazing.
take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah,
Said the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
that's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And you're
While I think of it, if you haven't been watching the Crime Weekly series on this case, it is Chef's Kiss, and episode 5 just dropped on Sunday, my Sunday night, whatever that is for you guys, Saturday, and they played the whack job stuff. I was like, ooh, Stephanie and Derek. Highly recommend. It is so good. They mispronounce a couple of names, but everything else is bang on. In fact, I've learned some things, and I think I've got a fairly comprehensive knowledge of this case. So if you have got nothing to watch and you were, or you'd seen it and you're like, I don't know, give it a go. It's already about 12 hours worth of stuff, and they're only just up to this testimony now. And as we know, there's a lot more to come. So
your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner is a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope.
I have heard a lot about Lady Zelda Kelly, chronic entanglement. Wow, just watched Lady Zelda Kelly. She has insight into the event. Check it out. I'm blown away. There was another unnamed person there. Interesting. While I think of it, if you haven't already subscribed to and checked out Dream Feed Media, you have to. Another thing for you to binge over the holidays if you're not keen on Netflix or that. Dream Feed Media, Grace is amazing. She has an amazing voice. She just appeared on Calling All Beings, I think on Sunday night perhaps, and she does some fantastic experiments and has gone down many a rabbit hole. So there's a couple of Ladies Elder Kelly and also Dream Feed Media. She's a good friend of mine, and she's a great new channel creator. Her numbers are soaring. I love that for her.
The homeowners of Boston Cop 2 was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this,
Right,
correct?
timely matter.
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh, goodness,
Exactly,
the
Bruni.
Boston Cop, I'm sorry, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston Cop 2. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well, Mr.
Oh,
O'Keefe.
And that's
whatever.
why he's
Come on
not
now.
going to get any shit, correct, Trooper Proctor?
Sorry, my arms are very dry. Got to put some moisturizer
Well, he's not
on
going to
them.
receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes,
To your satisfaction.
to my
Please.
satisfaction and
And you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene.
So let him finish. We didn't get the finish
Some-
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my
Just
unit who
lay there and
investigated
watch Crystal. We'll keep you
that day.
company.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to
Yes.
hear you way back there.
Regardless how
The
shameful what
fact
you
of
have
the
to
matter
say
is,
is.
you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No,
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
yes,
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
correct.
And 1 of the 3
Zing.
was named Albert, correct?
Yes,
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
that's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes,
A puddle means drunk, correct?
that's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Merry Christmas,
Just
everyone.
the puddle part, Your Honor.
Happy
The term-
Honda
that
Day.
term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes,
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
that's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes,
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
yes,
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, no. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again,
Do not.
this is
Do
before
not.
11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes,
So before you ever went to the crime scene,
Hi, Kings. Good to see you.
before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the
Drew is
hospital,
late,
Mr.
but
O'Keefe's
here.
injuries,
Good to see
the
you, Drew.
broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Trooper Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes,
Wild. Hey, welcome people that are coming in now. Merry Christmas. Happy Honda Days to you. To use one of Amber's terms. Drew's late, but here. That's okay. We're just cruising in. We're cruising in. We're here for the long haul. This is quite a day of testimony. Don't forget to hit the like on your way in, please and thank you. And Joseph Kane is making it rain green. Thank you, Joseph. Welcome new members, and enjoy this bumper while it lasts, because it won't be here for much longer. Yes, heaps of cool members only emotes in the chat. I'll do a members only live stream in the next couple of days. Welcome.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics.
And
that
Nick
right?
Rocco's here.
Yes.
I have no beef with you, sir.
And then you said, then I saw the
Welcome,
guy.
Nick Rocco.
Correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression
Britt,
that this
hi.
was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant
Whatever.
injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following
Oh,
sentence.
God.
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
I'm going to gift out
Yes.
5
That resulted in a
memberships
skull
too.
fracture,
Merry
correct?
Christmas.
Correct.
Out of my own
Laceration
damn
over his right
pocket.
eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture.
Robin G,
Correct.
thank you so much.
Not that I was aware of.
Not a
Merry
single
Christmas,
bruise
shorties.
below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean?
Oh dear.
And then
These
Bird
texts are
writes,
vile.
what's the story, correct?
Correct.
Etsy here.
And you
Hi,
wrote,
Etsy.
she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen
Oh,
a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises?
Poppy.
Ever.
Poppy. Esty. Hi, Esty.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
Tracy.
And that's
60
enough
plus.
A person out of his shoe,
Merry
right?
Christmas, everyone.
60 plus miles per hour.
Holidays.
So I can't recall right now, top of my head, as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen
Oh.
a shoe missing.
Correct.
Pedestrian
Well,
shoes,
that's
correct?
cool.
Yes.
It should
Those
go
are
to the people in the
high-speed,
chat.
Extremely high-speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Objection. Yes. Thank you so much. Who, if anyone, ambulance driver, if anyone who gets my brain every time, was Karen's access to Officer John O'Keefe's security cam and no missing footage covered today or in yesterday's testimony? I think it's today. We're not there yet. So yes, thank you so much for your super chat. And I've put you down. So if you're coming in late, I'm actually doing a I'm going to cough. Vaping is good for you, I swear. I've got for last night, tonight, and tomorrow night live streaming. Anybody who gifts up membership, becomes a member, super chat, super sticker is going in the draw for a raffle of a bunch of, like, there's a big jar of Vegemite, a whole bunch of Australian chocolate, and a cool pair of sunnies. I'll show you in a little while. And I'll post them out to you. And before you say anything about grifter, it'll 100% cost me more in postage to get that box of stuff to the States than what I'll get from your donations. I'm just giving out some love that was supposed to go to another person, but things change. Merry Christmas. My gift is your gift. Carry on.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Poppy, get out of there.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up. Correct?
Yes, the reverse grift. It is a reverse
And then you
grift.
wrote what?
Hey, Garrett.
Intentional or not?
Intentional
Welcome,
or
Jay-Z.
not? Is that
Okay,
right?
thank you.
Yes.
Merry Christmas.
Your
Happy
words.
holidays.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him?
But
Question
Robin,
mark.
they're cool
Correct?
shades.
Correct.
And you wrote what?
Hi,
That's
James.
another
Good to
animal
see
we won't
you.
be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't
You-
care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow.
She allows it. Hey, I've got to stop though for this. Jamie Harder says, fabulous way to fabulous. Have my son with me on Christmas. Haven't had him with me on Christmas in 33 years. That's beautiful. I love that for you. Well, Merry Christmas, Jamie, and Merry Christmas to your son. I hope you're having a most beautiful day ever. It likely is. And to all of you, thank you for being here, spending your Christmas with us. And Proctor, I don't know, is that a gift or it's like getting a lump of coal, only worse.
Allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what
Hush
you
now.
meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ducking's
You can
here.
ask it differently, Mr. Chair.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Hi, Lena. Good to see
Interestingly,
you.
though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
Fact,
And you
Aaron.
wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was
Highlight.
responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement. according to-
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so. No.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely
Oh,
not.
she's pissed.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Yikes.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
Oh, fuck.
Right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that.
You know,
Correct.
God damn it.
That's what you wrote.
And then you write back, quote,
Actually, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. It was still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we
Wait.
had.
Wait. This is welcome, shorties. This is how we roll. There's at least
Case,
two of them.
Nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes,
We'll go
based
from
on
there.
the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Trooper Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
I went back a bit too far, but better than
Bird then
missing it.
writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him? Question mark.
I went
right?
too far. Hang on.
Yes.
Hang on.
And then like, under the
Hospital, Sergeant Mechanic and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you
Absolutely,
received
Taryn.
from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. It was still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics.
Shelby, Merry Christmas. Happy Honda Days to you. And I'm glad you made it home. Oh my God, what a day. I'll use this moment to, the reason I swiped out, oh my God, whatever. I got the dog, oh no, Santa got the dog some Christmas dog treats. So we'll give, oh, she's excited, clearly. Poppy, that's silly, you dropped it. And then we'll get back to the testimony. Hang on. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Hey, now we'll go back to the testimony. Anyway, Merry Christmas. Thanks for being here.
Correct?
Correct.
So initially,
Puppy.
you did think you knew what you had. A physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean?
Are we,
And then
we
Bird writes,
we
what's
watched
the
all
story,
this.
correct?
Wait.
Correct.
Okay.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that
We
right?
watched this
Yes.
already, right?
Have you,
So
60 plus miles an hour, right?
No, we didn't.
As far as injuries and the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
So
Anyway, let's
someone-
pretend we didn't
you
watch it.
indicated
Or we might
on
have.
Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Poppy, your claws are sharp.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway.
3 more
and she didn't
likes
see
to
him?
100. Have
Question
you
mark,
hit the like?
correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
2 more likes to
That's
100.
another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this.
Yes,
you just
welcome, Trump
admitted
one.
You would have zero proof of, correct?
Merry Christmas.
Objection.
Smash
Sustained.
that
You can
like.
ask it differently.
Smash the
Did you
like.
mean by that statement that this was one of
100
several
likes,
things
Rachel,
that
we
you
did it.
knew we would
Thanks,
not
everyone.
be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't
knew-
care at that point when you wrote that.
Hi, Charles
you didn't
Kane.
care what you could or
Own.
could not prove,
Own.
did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it. We have an
Isn't that
I'll
what you
allow it emoji
No.
in the chat.
I
You had a narrative that you had developed, and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Chair.
Did you mean by that? Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Thank you, Trump
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement. according to you.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name
That's
of Brian
okay.
Albert.
I got you.
Did you?
We don't mind.
I don't believe so. No.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Are you on a Rachel? Are you on an Android device? If you're on an Android device, you should be able to click on the membership link, and I can put that. I can pin that to the top. If you're on an Apple, you will need to go through Chrome, not Safari, to use the link. If you're on a laptop, you just go to my homepage, my channel homepage, and there should be a join button there. There's a few ways to do it. It's easiest to join any channel on a laptop or a desktop.
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
So we've watched this. Sorry, chat. iPhone.
Okay,
So you need
correct.
to go click on the link and
5051
go through
then
your
writes,
Chrome
the BPD
browser.
have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
We've really listened to all of this already. Sorry, chat. It's going to go a little longer than it should. Lady Di said, last time I was listening to your live, one of the Dep V Heard live streams, I was putting my tree up and now I am taking it down. Lady Di, I am so impressed. You know that my Christmas tree was up all year, not decorated. I took the decorations off in July or maybe August. Yikes. And then redecorated it about 3 weeks ago. And I guarantee you I'll just move it out of shot somewhere else. I'm so proud of your adulting skills, Lady Di. Can I have some of whatever you've got to make you be able to do that stuff? Yay, Robin. Welcome to Discord. It's fun.
I do so,
no,
yes.
No. People have questions.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton.
Sorry about the double
Correct?
up stuff, guys. I'll
That
try
text
not to
ends as,
swipe it out again.
They have to recuse themselves.
You then text back. I'm sorry. Can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip to that page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also,
Canton.
correct?
That was my
Canton.
understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. "5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that,
Hi,
did you?
Scotty.
I did
Merry
not.
Christmas.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to
Objection.
allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Charles, do you think Proctor will be back to testify? We talked about this in the part 1 of the Proctor testimony when we suffered through Lally for a lot of it. All of it? Did we do all of Lally? Or did I skip through? I think you all told me to skip through. Requested. I think that it's a real quandary for the Commonwealth. And chat, you can say what you think. One's in the chat if you think that the Commonwealth will call Proctor back. 2's in the chat if you think the defense will call Proctor back. I think regardless, he's going to be called to the stand. But it depends by whom. Hi, Lynn. Good to see you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays and all of that.
And then you indicated we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on
Gee,
the
that's a good-
29th.
Jim, I'm going to
Everything
pause
led
for
to
that.
Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Oh, please, Proctor, you fucking idiot. Jim Cox. Everybody loves Cox. Rachel, on an iPhone, you can also go to you on the bottom right of what? Then the gear on the top right, then purchases and memberships on the YouTube app. But you will leave here while doing that. Rachel, that's risky. Could be worth it. Thank you, Jim. Maybe Taryn or somebody, maybe can we copy that? If it works, Rachel, let us know if it works. And we'll use that as a regular when people ask how to do a membership from an iPhone, because that's handy to know.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys,
there you go.
You, Trooper Proctor, and your team.
No, not pain. I love being corrected. It means I've learned something. Lisa, not to be a pain. You're not a pain. You're very lovely and helpful. And Cherie drops a lot of documents into my Discord server. Any documents to do with the Karen Reid trial, any motions, anything like that, Cherie will drop those documents in our in one of the probably 5 channels dedicated to the Karen Reid and Officer John O'Keefe trial. But to correct you, copy the link into Safari. Then the join option comes up. It doesn't come up in Chrome. Yikes. See, I've learned something. I just go to my laptop and go, I don't know. Thank you, Cherie. That's really helpful.
Team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry, since it involved cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that.
And in 16 hours, we realized that obviously Karen Reid hit Officer John O'Keefe with her Lexus, the Lexus with teeth, right? But I'm going to say here. So remember, it was ones in the chat. If you think that the Commonwealth will call Proctor, 2s if you think it would be the defense. So I see a lot of 2s. I see a lot of 2s.
Said Miss Reid struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we?
No ones. Nobody thinks the Commonwealth will call him. Problematic.
A little further down says, gotta be. I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears
Hi, Sandy.
and he writes, she hot at least? Correct?
Pia. Hi, Pia. Good to
Yes.
see you. Merry Christmas.
And what was your response to that?
Take a load off, Pia.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
Ooh, snap.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
Ooh, hard tea.
That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
60.
Hard tea from Alan Jackson. That's when you know you mean business. In Australia, we say cunt often. The monetization's gone. Don't worry about it. Sorry. Hey, by the way, if you hate the ads, get premium. There shouldn't be very many ads. Once every half an hour, maybe 2 ads, but premium is the key. In Australia, we say cunt quite often. Not everybody, but lots of us. There are good cunts, sick cunt, mad cunt, funny cunt, good cunt, and there are bad cunts like shit cunt and cunt with a hard T. Sorry, Americans, I know you don't love the word, but you know, here we are. We embrace it. We have an emoji for that here.
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation.
Yes.
Into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reid struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And
you
then some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from 2 people named McCabe and 1 named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts, as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
Yikes.
What else did you say in response to,
Premium is
She's
God's
hot at
gift. I
least.
swear to God, Misty.
or she hot at least?
Hi,
Question
Misty,
mark.
by the way.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yikes.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body or physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Bev.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was zero chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Zero chance she skates,
Hi, Denise.
She's
Good to
fucked,
see you.
right?
Merry Christmas.
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it different.
What? Say it with less conviction.
17
How much did AJ embrace this? I was watching the trial with Emily D. Baker and also Melanie Little. I would watch EDB first and then watch Melanie Little on replay. And the delight of the conviction and the clear enunciation that AJ delivered every one of these vile text messages. Chef's kiss. Mwah. Not the content, but AJ's delivery. So good.
15 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch
Oh,
the
no
case.
pictures,
correct?
Pia.
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
Fucked.
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's
so
what
far
I meant
behind
by
on
that
chat,
comment.
sorry.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said zero chance she
You guys I'm a little bit behind in chat, like a lot, but I have a feeling Lizzie Proctor is a stand by your man kind of gal. Y'all, that can be the death of a woman, really, can't it? Hi, Patricia. Good to see you. Merry Christmas, happy holidays and all that. I hope you've had a lovely day.
she skates. She's fucked. What you meant was
Fucked.
I'm going to make sure.
I'm going to skip through the chat. So sorry.
I'm going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant. isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good. No ass bitch.
That's it, Kings.
Right?
Merry Christmas.
Yes,
you
that's what he
cunts.
wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
Oh,
I laughed.
oh.
Thought that was funny, did you?
It's just awful. It never
Trooper
gets
Proctor?
any easier.
Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time,
Hi,
apparently.
Heather. Merry Christmas, darling.
Then you sent a picture.
Bye, Scotty. Have a good
just to
evening.
add to
Thanks
it,
for stopping
pile
by.
on of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
Oh, I thought you meant no pictures of Christmas.
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
All right, I got to the bottom of chat. We made
The
it.
date
Chat.
is
We
now
made it.
February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke?
Is that Dr.
Correct.
Turtleboy or?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
A misread.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Amazing,
Chief?
Shelby.
A friend of mine.
A friend of mine, Kenny.
And then you write what?
Wait, we watched this.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
We actually watched this
Trooper
already.
Proctor,
Oh my God, that's okay.
Explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Didn't we? Dissociation is real.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
This is bad.
Your anus,
Oh.
Yes.
that's what you were referring to about Miss Reed.
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked. That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You can get this in. but
Oh
do it
my
the right way,
God.
Mr. Jackson.
You
Courtney.
followed that up with the
Wait.
phrase leaks poo.
I knew
didn't
it.
you?
Took me
I
that
did.
long.
Again,
Scandalous.
another
Hang on.
reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions,
I
correct?
just realized we
Correct.
watched it.
Specifically
I'm such a
focused
classic.
on her anus, correct?
Anus. It's the
In
anus.
reference, yes.
Yikes. I mean, it's taken us that long to realize.
Were you aware at the time
Me?
that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir. No.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical
wait.
issues that she suffered with, she's a victim of?
But Courtney, he didn't finish his testimony, and we got to the end of the day of testimony. It was a big day of streaming. I remember it was like 5 hours. Chat, hive mind, help me out, because I'm so confused. Professional, very. Thanks, Joseph. Can I bite him, please? Ew, he might catch something. Oh, Shiraz is here. Welcome, Shiraz. I'm just having some sort of brain fart. Hang on, I'll keep playing it. Obviously, I mean, you're all here. No one's
You know that.
outraged.
Objection.
Sustained.
But you
I'm
decided
positive we didn't finish his testimony, though.
that you're going to take another shot at her
And the next one is Tully.
and talk about her anatomy.
I'm so confused.
1 second, sir.
Check Discord.
Outside.
Would he even
You
care?
did. I'm sorry. Christine. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't
So-
done yet. This chat doesn't end yet.
Pausing for a minute. This is where you get to see how utterly stressful the last month has been for me, in particular the last week, that I like there's so much in my brain that it just doesn't retain. So I know I look so put together, like sort of not a yes, I'll check Amber, thank you. And I remember some things, but the stress means that my brain doesn't remember a lot of stuff. So I'll keep going. I'll just check. I mean, we're here. We can go into Tully if you want. 1's in the chat if you want to do Proctor again. 2's in the chat if you want to go to Tully.
And yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you
Amber.
wrote nothing, writing a warrant. Is that right?
Oh, Amber just sent me the best photo, and here's what the screen looked like. Like last Trooper Proctor. He's wearing the same suit, but that doesn't help us. He's bald. That doesn't help us. Does that help? It's the same day, but I didn't think we finished it. 1, Denise says we want to keep going with it. 2, this dance is comedy goal. 3, if we want puppies and kittens. Yes. Ignore me. Listen to the chat. This is your channel. Yeah, no, but yeah. Hi, Ruthie. Welcome. It's like mad Groundhog Day. Deja vu. I'm thoroughly confused. I didn't even realize. You're all still here. 124 of you going, oh, we've seen this, but that's okay. We'll watch it again. Lord knows we've watched it a million times anyway. What's the difference? We could think of different stuff. We'll keep going.
Correct.
1.
Why did you then share some sort of a video? Correct?
Timestamp.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?"
Oh.
Correct?
Merry
Yes, that's what he
Christmas,
wrote.
chat.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you. Sidebar, take that down, please.
We unwrapped your shirts. Oh, I mean, but it was so long. We went for 5 hours, and I don't think I would. Did I just wrap it? Lordy Dordy. Let's go crazy. We're crazy. We're all crazy here. We're mad here. Hi, Shiraz. 1. On the video you're watching now, go to timestamp 2 hours 13. Okay. Thank God I have more than one brain here because mine is not sufficient. Okay. Oh, it was lunch. It was lunch. Thank you. Look. Oh, the morning recess. Now I remember. Thank you, Amber. Oh, I love you. I couldn't do this without you. Thank you to my mods, best group of friends, girl code. Please, can we show some love in the chat for the mods? Honestly, my beautiful mods. We've got Taryn, Amber, Michelle, Petty, swimming in the Petty, Steph, Amy, Ozzy, Shelby, Prince Lover, and sometimes Sammy, Dog Mom, Knick Knack, and Catherine, and also sometimes Zach, and occasionally Valhalla and Scotty McGinnis. It's just like, it's a nice little tight mod squad.
Canton about video surveillance.
Thank you, Amber.
Concerning.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Merry Christmas. Mod love. Mod love.
Nobody makes it.
Mod power. The smallest little mod group in the West. Hi, Anya. Good to see you. Brenda. Sidebar. Back on track. We're professionals here. Trumpy, we're professionals. You know that. You know it.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any celebrate report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier
You are
testified
unmuted.
Trooper Greeno was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that. So I'm not
I am a
positive
professional.
if that
We're
report,
keeping that
if he
pump. I
generated
can't
that
get rid of
report.
it.
to? Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that because if it goes
Mod
without
love.
saying, I shouldn't
We
say
are
it.
fucking professionals. Best mod.
Did you review a Life 360 report
Thank you, mods.
in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
Hi, Colleen. Good to see
You
you.
grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live?
Madam Court
from
Reporter, iconic.
the Albert residence at the former.
Pausing to say, just FYI chat, and those of you who care, those of you who don't, whatever. Sorry, his inside scoop. Ozzy's going to teach me how to use iMovie after this live stream, and I will be able to make my own bumpers. So we're going to clear out the trash. Most of it's taken itself out, but the last of the last, and also this is the last day that the last live stream that I'll be playing the intro outro video either. Breaks my heart, but got to sever all ties, unfortunately.
Former Albert residence, 34 Fairview in Canton.
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance video?
Hi,
I'm sorry,
Kimberly. Good
video
to see you.
surveillance
Merry
footage.
Christmas.
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize
Wait.
these texts with any individual.
Wait, Rach, check out the ratio right now. Check out the ratio. Oh my goodness, chat. Look at you, 100%. Thank you. 123 likes, and there's 120 of you in chat. We did it. We beat the ratio. Let's see if we can keep on top of it.
Joel,
Yes, I do.
how do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First
Anthony.
message sent, date and time, February 18th,
Yeah.
2022,
Woohoo.
1:02 p.m.
Woohoo.
Last message
Yeah,
sent,
thank
date and
you.
time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
Christmas
These are texts on a single day,
miracle.
correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623,
You're all amazing,
America.
shorties. Thank you.
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
thank you. Yes, you know.
Fingers
In
crossed,
this text, you're
Patricia.
asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for
I think I've got Ali McCabe on my schedule for one night. Well, I do. I have Ali McCabe, and I think I've got Ali and Caitlin Albert as to go in the same stream. So yes, Mallory, excuse me, we'll definitely do Ali McCabe. We're going through all of the testimonies eventually. I think it'll take us almost up until trial, probably, because I only stream Friday and Saturday nights for you guys, which is Saturday and Sunday for me because I work a full-time job. But I am on my Christmas break and I'm loving every minute. 16 nights of Shorty. We're on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're on night 7, are we? No, that can't be right. 6.
camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to
Yes, Charles Cohn says Jackson knows the answer to his question before Proctor speaks. The rule for any attorney is never ask a question that you don't know the answer to. It's a slippery slope because anything can happen. So they should know the answers before they ask them, except for, remember that when Julie Albert, and we've gone over Julie Albert's testimony. Remember when she claimed to have been in communication with Courtney Proctor very rarely, and Yannetti goes, he kept asking, I think he asked 2 more parts of the next question before he said, did you just say very rarely? Amazing.
to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton
It
Police
is night
Department.
Which
6.
you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked what are
Yes,
some good cameras in
Robin.
the area.
Which is an
Yes, Robin.
assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They
I'll
have
write that
more
down.
knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
Or assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought
Oh,
the footage from those locations, correct?
Thanks,
I don't
Misty.
believe
I'm
so.
just me.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
Facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Night,
Chris
Terry.
Albert?
Merry Christmas.
Julie Albert,
Thank you for being
Yes.
here. Thank you
Jennifer
for the
McCabe.
memberships.
Yes.
her husband, Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise to each
Hi,
other,
Candy.
correct?
Merry
Yes, that's my
Christmas.
understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxon, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And is
I'm just pausing for a minute to say, you know what? This is a sidebar. The stuff on Twitter, on X, in the last 4 or 5 days, coming at me, victim blaming, dragging me, knowing nothing about me. Like, you know what? And it's pretty much all women. Do better. It's despicable behavior. Pylons, dogpiling on someone because you in your righteousness and your fear of the other, your xenophobia, your assumed beliefs, the stigma you attach to women. Disgusting. Do better. Christmas Day in the States right now. And I've got people tagging me and stuff, dragging me down, trying. It doesn't work. Whatever. Righteous people who are basically ignorant people. Do better. Good luck trying to drag me down. How embarrassing for these people. Shame on you women. Shame on those women.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotter testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's a statement.
In reality,
Hi, Laurie.
Trooper
Good to
Proctor,
see you.
you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn?
Honor.
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike them.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Oh, and wait,
Not
in
until
my
Sergeant
rant, I
Mechanic and I
forgot
interviewed
to
him.
say,
And that was
thank
when?
you so much, Pierre. Pierre is giving the gift of green on Christmas Day. Thank you to her overpay to the insurance company. Thank you, Pierre, and welcome, new shorties. I love you.
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Did I
Objection.
see Michelle in the house
I'll allow
swimming in the petty, my
That's it.
friend?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
Michelle has
As a lead
entered the
investigator and
building.
the case agent, you're aware
Holla,
it's also
love.
your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
My ride or die,
Yes.
Michelle.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you, what
I
was
didn't
your
hear
answer?
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Ah, yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Face high.
It's something,
Hi, MS
evidence
Dan.
we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
You don't, you, when you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent, no. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
Muted. God damn it. Hello? Hello? Yes. There it is. You've got to play it again. This is what we
Motive
have
means
this
an
for.
opportunity. We talked a little bit about motive. What about means?
So what I was saying was absolutely yes. The mindset, hey, hi, it's me. I'm the professional. The mindset of those women is very, very much the same as Did nobody use the muted emoji? You don't know it yet. We are very professional today. This is every day. Every day. It's iconic, Shorty. If you know, you know. Hello, welcome. Can you hear me now? Testing. Yes, thank you. Deaf, effing professional. Thank you. I love that. It wouldn't be a Shorty live stream without at least one or two of them. And I said things so articulately, with conviction. You could have seen by my gesticulating. Anyway, women need to do better. Women need to do better. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I still wouldn't have noticed because I was off with the pixies, opining, soapboxing. Yes, that. And I said it so well. I don't know. Fuck. Jesus fuck, chat.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We've talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill?
Get to the
John
shop,
O'Keefe?
Cherie. It's only going to get hotter.
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence,
Opportunity.
pointed
Also.
directly at Miss Reed. There's
Whatever.
no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
Says who?
And you
didn't
got all
even
that, of course,
investigate it.
from the Albertson case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second.
Yes, let's.
You know that name?
I do,
Yes.
sir.
We do.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Objection.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination
Hi,
what was
Opal.
important,
Thank
what was
you.
not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us
Hi, Leah.
emails or send
Merry
us text
Christmas.
messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
You wrong.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil.
You
your answer
wrong.
was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
Hi, Bunny. Good to see you.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages. You became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
You're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to
Thank you,
John
Joseph.
O'Keefe, coaxing
Thank
him
you.
to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
You're such a
See you
good man,
Tavon,
Joseph.
this-
You are muted. Thank you, Joseph, for gifting out memberships. I love how you flick them out. I'd love to see your bank statement. You flick them out everywhere you go. It's so generous. See, another one. Congratulations to all the new members. Welcome to Shorties. Cool members only emotes in the chat. And also, dear YouTube, could you please gift the memberships to the people in the chat? Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Make sure you've got your allow gifts turned on so that you're able to win those memberships. They're allocated by YouTube randomly, so but you need to have your allowed gifts turned on. Such kind people here. Yes, our community is a beautiful, kind community. The trash generally takes itself out, and that's fine. That's fine. Heather Taylor couldn't scare anyone. She's not even 4'11", for goodness sake. She's a little pocket rocket. Oh, whoa, I pressed pause. Fuck, I thought I almost pressed skip back to the start. Imagine.
Unmuted.
Oh, whoa, yay.
May I inquire? Yes. Thank you. You're aware that
Naughty YouTube.
at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Louder for those in the back. Thank you, Leah Baker. Repeat. Everyone should prop each other up. Rising seas lift all ships. Women lifting women up. Men not being horrible to anybody, women or men. Just everyone, be kind. Let's let 2025 be the year of kindness and treating others how we would like to be treated. I live my life like that. I'm not perfect, but I do my best. And there's a lot of people out there on the Twitters that hide behind the ease of typing to be righteous and mean and relentless. And it's fucking disgusting. Whatever. I've had a week of it now. A week of it. Same as Aussie Insider. Whatever. But just
Allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe?
Lady Di, look at you go. Where is it? Good job. We're body doubling with you.
I don't recall that one either.
Yes. No,
You
I don't
also
want to take it.
recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe. They were friends.
I'm just gonna go. I've been engaging, Lady Di. I generally don't engage with stupid. I might with the people who are doing circular. They're just agitators. They actually they're not necessarily speaking with conviction on anything. They're speaking for the sake of being argumentative and to draw you in, to draw one in. I've spent the last sort of 24 hours engaging with one, but I stay very rational. I'm saying, but how? Because this one particular Twitter person has been calling me an irresponsible creator. And I'm like, but okay, but give me examples of how I'm an irresponsible creator. And they just can't. And so I don't get embroiled in fighting. It's not my jam. But I will try to debunk some stuff because I'm out. I'm sure some of you have seen, and people are slandering. They are perpetuating lies, but whatever. Perpetuating lies spread by like a now known registered sex offender who preyed on children, who was in our community, who was one of my moderators, my lead moderator, my boyfriend, who hoodwinked all of us, preyed on all of us, and it's just some of these people I will engage with to try to show the others that are watching, because people are watching, people see all this, to show that I'm not the raging see you next Tuesday. I'm not the raging cunt that is being claimed. I'm not crazy. I'm not irrational. I'm not mean. I'm not any of the things they're saying, but it's been a targeted operation for weeks in chats to discredit me. And I tell you what, we know why. I know why. And behind the scenes, we are getting more and more evidence, FOIA requests and things to show why Adam Drives Helen, Land Pirate Radio, or Adam Levi Boyd had to, as soon as he dumped me, and I know why now that he dumped me, and it's got nothing to do with Shorty being a bitch. It's got everything to do with Shorty being very close to uncovering the truth about him. And it's out now, right? So all of you people buying into the lies that are being told, not you guys, think about it. Use your critical thinking skills and take a step back, sit the fuck down and stop preying on someone. It's not even working, like God. But there's more bombshells to come, trust me, and not just on Adam.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it? Could he throw a punch?
No, Jim
Knock a
Cox.
guy down,
Everybody
knock a
likes
guy out.
Cox.
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
Hi,
That one
Miller.
interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you
Merry
agree?
Christmas, darling.
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep,
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video
Hi,
surveillance
LJ.
of
Good
Brian
to see
Higgins
you.
and
Merry
Brian Albert
Christmas.
taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw.
You know what, though, Trump? Yes, I did. No, it's actually more like it's actually getting close to 800 now in the last 5 days. Yes. But that issue is done and dusted now. It's a whole new thing. It's relentless. Whatever, the Grant Smith Ellis stuff, whatever. All of it, whatever. Like, I'm just doing me over here. But no, I've been lucky enough to be blessed with more. That stuff was a 24-hour flash in the pan compared to what I've been going through with bullying by almost exclusively a horde of flying monkeys, middle-aged women.
Saw it.
It's not acceptable.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances.
It does
correct?
mean money.
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
But you waited until
Glamour
February 10th
Suze, good to see
to
you.
interview him, correct?
Suze, okay, wait.
Yes.
And you decided
Glamour Suze is going live on Friday night at 8 for the first time ever. Is your channel, Suze, the same as here? I haven't got the link, but if you can type it in and someone will go and find the link and we'll drop it in, because rising seas lift all ships, right? So I'm so excited for you, Suze. I'll probably be live when you're live, but I will absolutely catch the replay and we will drop your link into the chat all the time, and I will remind people to go and support you, because this is what it should look like. This is what women supporting women should look like. It shouldn't look like what's going on everywhere at the moment. And Uncle Frank and Auntie Deb and a few people are stepping up and putting their hand up and saying, our behavior has been disgusting and I'm stopping it now. I'm apologizing for the bullying. It's not going to continue to happen. It is still, but the tide is turning. So,
not to image his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant.
we'll
to
find
get
that
his
link,
phone.
Suze, and
Is
we'll
that
drop
right?
it in the chat
No,
for
sir.
you.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
There it is. Thank you,
Might have been
Taryn.
important to your investigation, don't you think?
Everybody, can we
Objection.
all please go and subscribe to Suze?
Depends what I don't know what the call was
I'm
about.
sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the
Voice
call
up,
was. So
Proctor.
Right.
Let's get
And you
to
never
100
asked.
subscribers today, yeah? She's on
I was
50.
unaware that call took place.
And you unaware that that call took place because you didn't get it.
So Suze is on 50 subscribers at the moment. I just subscribed. Sorry, I hadn't already. It's been some stuff been going on. Let's get Suze up to 100 subscribers in the next 15 minutes. Let's do it. It's at Glamour Suze, as per what you see on the screen. And that's how we roll. That's how women supporting women and rising seas lift all ships goes. The rest of you out there, do better.
His phone,
It's a very select, small group of people, but they're very fucking loud, right?
Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Correct.
Laurie, that's amazing. Laurie says, Lisa, your streams over the past week gave me strength to address a family member throwing shit at me tonight. I still cried. That's okay. I cry all the time too. But I didn't run away. I countered with facts. Still sad, but I spoke. That I'm so proud of you. We're so proud of you, Laurie. I'm so proud of you. Like, I'm going to cry. That's why I do this. That's why I'm standing up and I'm not backing down. I'm not backing down because we need to find our voices and use them kindly, assertively, with boundaries and with respect.
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined.
You're welcome,
right?
Brandy.
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
You're already up to 75 subscribers, Sue. 75. We'll get you to 100 in no time. Easy peasy.
Her finding doesn't alter how we
Hi, Bev.
conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you,
On
everyone.
April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper Chico, correct?
Thanks, Colleen.
Yes.
Merry
You
Christmas.
turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG. Triple G is in golf. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have
Of
that in front of
course,
you,
Suze, of
Trooper
course.
Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn
This
to
is what
page
we do.
2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper Chico with a photograph
25 more
of the
subs to
autopsy
100.
report?
Come on now, let's do it. Get on there.
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to Chico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
Of course.
And then what else did you write?
Thanks, Rachel.
She was a whack job.
Of course,
Whack
it's
job, cunt,
undetermined.
or-
She was a whack job, right?
Whack job.
Those are your two responses, correct?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scorty Bello, the female medical examiner who came
Come
to the
on.
determination
Come on,
that
we
this
need
was undetermined. in terms of the
17 more
manner of death,
subscribers
correct?
to 100.
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of
shit.
course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Thanks, Trump. Okay, so Rachel, it's back to the drawing board for the iPhone instructions. I've never been able to join. I think once I've been able to join from my iPhone to a channel, once. Have you got a laptop? Colors, I hope you enjoyed your bath.
The reason you referred to Dr. Scorty
Hi,
Bello as a
Kraken.
whack
Good to see
job
you.
is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scorty Bello?
I don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
Hi,
Break
Cheryl.
that down.
We're
Were you
joining.
displeased about
We're subscribing to Glamour Suze's channel. She's starting her first ever live stream on Friday night at 8 Eastern. And Suze was at 50 subscribers, and we're getting her up close to 100. Let me check. We're up to 86 subscribers. So I would love for Suze to get up to 100 subscribers so that we can. She needed over 50 to be able to stream from her phone. but go on over and support a friend. Glamour Suze is in all the chats we're in. She's a lovely woman. She's a friend. She's always kind. She knows her stuff about the Karen Reid case. So just do it. Do it because we're shorties, and that's what we do.
Undetermined finding.
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate
Thank you, Candy.
the
Welcome,
same
new
exact
members.
way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined?
Amazing.
whack
That
job.
sounds lovely, Suze.
It was a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper
Get that
DeChico.
tree down,
Right,
Di.
which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
Objection.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Objection.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Neither, Suze. It's very unusual. Highly unusual. Leah, it's
Wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it.
so Leah, the sort of there has been some resolution, and however, those who were brainwashed and manipulated by Adam Drives Helen are still and still very firmly following a particular creator. And colors, click on the link. We'll drop it again. Yeah. So Leah, it's not that it's anyway. There is some resolution, and we're working on it. The tide is turning. It took me 4 weeks, 3.5 weeks of intensive soul searching and research from some of my friends and talking through things and thinking through things to unravel myself from the brainwashing, I guess, that I'd sort of been subjected to. It's going to take these other people a little while, unless some people may never change their mind about me, and that's fine. Like whatever. They're brutal. They were calling me Satan in Auntie Deb's chat tonight, this afternoon, which was lovely. I just held my head high and ignored them. It was only about 4 of them, but they hate me, and that's okay. It's called shorty derangement syndrome, and I must mean something if people hate me. Really? I don't hate anyone.
It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
Kathy, I almost never talk over the video. I'm pretty careful to pause it, but thank you for the reminder. I'll do my best.
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked the question. So first, what do you mean by, of course, it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time. It was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course. It's an of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote.
Yes,
Correct?
Suze.
Yes.
Your
5 more
statement in February of
subscribers.
2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
No names. No
I'll allow
names.
it. Is that what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
What's this for identification?
I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel. Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
So I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2630.
I've actually had JFK on my channel a couple of times. A whole stream dedicated to JFK. It was months ago, just one-on-one. And then when I spoke with James Jackson about grief, when he spoke about his beloved Lauren Barry and her passing, she passed away from complications to it was kind of a medical thing that worsened, right? And then when we moved on from that, after about an hour of that conversation, and started talking Karen Reed and Officer John O'Keefe, and then JFK came in and it got feisty. So go and find that grief episode. It's in my Let's Talk playlist. I think it's also in my Justice for Officer John O'Keefe playlist. And if watch the whole thing, but there's JFK twice, LJ. Yes. And I've been on his channel a couple of times, just a couple of little quick call-ins. But we're trying to line something up. I don't know whether I might be a little bit risky for creators at the moment, sadly.
32.
Why don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a minute,
sorry.
please?
Hi,
The
Jojo.
face page is 2620.
Oh, it's just
That
drama.
helps.
Okay.
Got it. Within that packet, we'll turn to 2632.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with,
Oh,
Trooper
I can-
Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text
I can handle JFK. He's all right. You just got to let him run. Just got to let him go. He was fired up when he came on the like it was hilarious. It like fired up in a great way. JFK and James are good people. They balance each other out.
messages in tab 12?
Yes,
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
it is. Yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Good
Yuri
copy.
and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
Mhm.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was busting your chops about.
We would never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer.
Crack, and we're in the future here. Like, we get New Year's Eve first too. So I streamed yesterday on my Christmas day, but it was Christmas Eve. I know, it's wild. It's
was,
wild.
of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
Hi, LA.
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
Did I yell?
Allow it.
Did I yell?
Yeah, the
Yikes.
determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the matter, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat,
Cheryl, I wasn't trying to call. I was in the chat Just saying hi. I was doing something else at the time. Can't remember. I was like, no, I'm good. I don't need to call in. I'm just here, just saying hi. I could tell they were not keen.
That this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
5 more subscribers for Suze. 5 more. Come on, chat. Come on, shorties.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
Yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that
Hi,
you didn't
Stacey.
care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged.
Joseph, in all other arenas, all caps is considered yelling. In Camp Shorty, all caps is considered freedom, liberty, enthusiasm, and it's all good. I'm a mad advocate for all caps, but I understand I am. Some people just feel very happy to know that they don't have to. It doesn't distract me. It doesn't annoy me. It doesn't make me feel like I'm being yelled at. I have no discrimination towards lowercase, all caps. I have some level of discrimination for no punctuation and no proper nouns in sentences. I have a problem with that.
Right?
Correct.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Hi, Clara.
Objection.
Tennessee.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you
Link
about
again,
some
please.
electronic data,
Suze's link,
specifically as it
please.
pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
Thank you.
No, not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area,
Not that area, meaning,
no.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebrite report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
Thank you.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
So close. 2 more subscribers for Suze. Come on, we
Did you
can
ever
do this,
seize Nicole
shorties.
Albert's phone?
No,
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
no,
Colin Albert's?
no,
Chris Albert's?
no,
Julie Albert's?
no.
Oh, hi, Nick. Good to see you. Nick says, imagine them all that night they charged Karen Reed. Never in a million years would Proctor have thought he'd be cross-examined by the likes of Alan Jackson. Imagine the panic they had. Imagine how tired he must have been after this. All of these witnesses being cross-examined by Jackson and Yannetti and Liza Little. Pretty cool. Sucks to be them. Dirty paws. God, he's an ugly, punchable face kind of a guy, isn't he?
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed.
Spacey Stacy, were you number 100 subscriber for Glamour Suze's channel? Shorties, look at what we did. Look at what. Thank you so much. Suze, 100 subscribers and only more to come. Go you good thing. I'm so proud of you. It's a big thing to take that leap and decide to start live streaming. If you need anything, I know you've got a lot of people that you're friends with and that you are connected with, but if I can help in any way, please let me know. I'd love to help. I'll always help anybody who needs my help.
Cross my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and accurate, I should
Shorties,
say.
you are amazing.
Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone abstraction on it.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at
You're
some
welcome,
length,
Suze.
conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
You even put it in that text message, not Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
Same,
And you knew
Suze.
that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
If you could turn to tab 13, please. Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be I.
All right, thank you. Hi,
India.
Mark. Good to see you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I
So people coming in who have joined us later than the beginning, don't forget to hit the like on your way in. Thank you for being here. Lurkers, hi. Replay crew, hi. And of course, Chat is Bay. And we are all subscribing to Glamour Suze's channel. She starts live streaming on Friday night at 8 Eastern. Let's all support her brand new channel and help her kick off with good numbers.
yes I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. Right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mulaney and Seraph.
Look at page 2592. Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mulaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You
So
then
exciting,
answered
Suze.
anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Do you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustain. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he
Thank you, Michelle, for the coffees. You're too kind. You don't need to do it. You don't need to do that. You already do so much for me. But thank you very much, Michelle. You are going on the raffle list. Woo! Oh, if you don't know, I'm raffling off a big jar of Vegemite, a packet of Tim Tams, maybe 2 packets. I'm going to add to the box of goodies. Some Maltesers, some Darrell Lee chocolate goodies, some licorice, a bunch of stuff, a cool pair of shades. 2 Savage shades. These things were purchased as a Christmas gift for. That's awkward. That escalated. Someone who was associated with my channel, who is no longer in our community anymore. Thank goodness. So any super chat, super sticker, gifted memberships, purchase memberships from last night, tonight, and tomorrow night, you're all going in the draw for, and I'll draw it on Friday night, and I will post that out to the lucky winner. And before you say grifter, it's going to cost me more in postage than I will make in super chats. It will probably cost about $150 Australian at least to post it. So just get this stuff off my hands. Someone wins some Aussie stuff.
He could then forward that or tell his brother.
No.
Never crossed your mind.
Never.
Yes, a big bag. Darrell Lee licorice is amazing.
If it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording you were?
Typically, don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago.
Weird.
You said the reason we didn't use the recording room is because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Well, I think, but also in the box will be a couple of these cool free Karen Reed stickers. They are still available. There's still about 100 left of them. If you would like to make a donation to Karen's Defense Fund or her Venmo or her PayPal, take a screenshot of your receipt and email me or DM me on any one of the socials with your receipt and your preferred contact name and contact address. I will have one of my helpers in the States send you out one. They're really nice stickers, limited edition. There will be no more of these. $10 donation will get you 1 sticker, 50 or more, $50, 2 stickers, $100, 3 stickers. So that. But there'll be a couple of those stickers in the goodie box as well.
Objection.
Objection.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it?
No.
That was your answer, right?
No.
What did you say?
That we didn't
Cool
use
tomorrow,
it.
Brit. It's cool tomorrow.
When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously, Canton PD. And your answer was, That's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
No, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes. It's been 4 minutes.
No,
You don't remember that?
not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way. If you weren't concerned
Facts.
that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and
Hi,
Kevin Albert,
Kirks.
why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews. With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Oh, via email, if anyone who, ambulance driver. I have had a lot going on in the last month. Can you please resend that receipt to me via email? The email is all one word, it's missshorty@gmail.com. So it's missshorty@gmail.com. And I will organize that for you. I'm so sorry. Some things do slip through the nets with me. I'm just a one-man band, well, one shorty band with an amazing squad of moderators who are also my very good friends. So I will do if you email that to me now, if you could, I will get that sorted because I've got to send Taryn Patricia Vincent's details as well. So I'll get that to you. I'm so sorry. That's my bad.
Relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months.
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
It's called Boxing Day because it's the day you supposedly box up your Christmas tree, etc., and pack away all the decorations and things. Not in my household. It's called Boxing Day I think in the UK and maybe Canada, and New Zealand. It's just the rest of the world kind of calls it that, I think.
Once in a while.
Right. So what beyond professional, right?
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustain.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Yeah.
Thank you. And colors.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Girl, you're on the
But you didn't
list.
tell us
You're in the
about that.
raffle.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's
Well, let's look at that. 5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you?
Oh, Melly's here. Hi,
Trooper
Melly.
Proctor, I'm
Good
not
to
asking
see
to look for
you.
anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the
Melly's
date,
here.
or you don't recall,
Hi, Melly.
July 19th, 2022.
you don't
Merry
recall the
Christmas.
drinking.
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. And are we still in tab?
Same colors.
All right,
Mine
so what
stays up
page,
all
Mr.
year.
Jackson?
Page 2602.
Ruthie, thank you so much. You're going on the list. Ruthie.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
Joseph. Thank you, Joseph. Merry Christmas to everybody. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Happy Honda days.
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk
Joseph.
that Kevin
too
Albert
kind.
left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I
Thank you
can't speak
so
to
much,
any level of
Laura. Wait,
intoxication, but
that's so kind and generous of you. You're absolutely going on the raffle list. And also that one deserves this one. Hang on. This one.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
I mean that with all due respect. Thank you, Laura B. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays. Thank you for being here. I'm hoping that you're enjoying just a bit of kicking back, watching a delightful chap. Alan Jackson, not Proctor. He's awful.
I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, found your badge in my cruiser this morning, end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, my mailbox. Did I take my gun? And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was. Right?
Right.
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't
I'm
know.
not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk?
Many times.
Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page
Right, Laurie?
2606. Starting with it's bad. Tell me when you see that.
Okay, say it.
Nora, may I publish?
Yes.
2606, please.
Melly's in green. Yes.
Kevin Albert
Yes.
responded, it's bad, exclamation point, exclamation point. I was hungover for sure today, exclamation point, exclamation point. Couple tonight to make me feel good, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down.
Goodness
Does that refresh your
me.
recollection that the two of you had been out drinking the night before? He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and couldn't even find his gun.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
That's lucky. No
Are you in the
impeachment there.
cruiser? Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Chat, it was Melly's birthday the other day. Could we all wish Melly a belated happy birthday? I'm sure it's not fun having a birthday super close to Christmas. I mean, a birthday is a birthday, but happy birthday for the other night, Melly, or the other day.
I'm going to change gears, Trooper Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes
Thanks,
from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
You're already on the
to-
list, Rachel, but thank you.
At the time you were at Good Sam, you actually
Melly, I'm sure you've heard, or perhaps you haven't, the scandal that we have. Imagine two women who for whatever reason, well, there was a reason, Adam Boyd, weren't the best of friends for a few months. Imagine us making up. Imagine us rising above beef and holding grudges and like putting aside our differences and realizing we have more commonalities and shared experiences than we do differences, and we are friends again. I wouldn't think that would be something that you would shun or mock. I think that's something that people should celebrate, but maybe that's just me.
Actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
If you could take a look at that.
Mhm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That a photograph of you. I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
All right, if I can have this marked and admitted.
Well, stop the
No, Your Honor.
press. Stop the press. This is where all caps and some sirens absolutely work. Gigi Allen says fake victim filed a police report on Turtle Boy for supposedly breaking the restraining order on Tuesday, and now there is a warrant out for Turtle Boy's arrest. Is this fake news or is this actual news? I feel like other Turtle riders would have presented this. I feel like it would have been out already, but can we fact check that, someone?
Exhibit 568.
568?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
%, Melly. It's a good thing. It feels good, Melly. Shh. He did a live earlier. It's our pleasure, Spinster. Thank you for keeping me company on the
You're right.
holidays. Much love from
May I
Arizona.
inquire?
Yes.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
No warrant out for Aiden. Thank you,
Do you
Sue.
see this?
The voice of reason.
You see the photograph in front of you? Is that
Sounds
the
like
same
fake
photograph
news.
that's been published
Sounds
on the
like
television
fake
screen?
news.
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes. First, the clothes.
Thanks, you,
on the-
Larry.
on the
Thank you,
ground.
Larry.
I do, yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Ginger says sus.
Gray shirt as
I
well?
call fake news. Sorry, Gigi. Nope.
Yes,
And those are your legs.
It
to
just
the
hit X.
uppermost part of the screen, correct?
We'll
I
see.
believe.
In the blue pants.
Yes,
And do you see to the leftmost portion of the screen a chair?
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigation.
So, Sue said Aiden is fine. He was at the Celtics game with Meredith and others, including Betterow. Mr. Betterow. I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Betterow. Attorney Betterow. All right. Well, we'll go with that.
Yes,
Do you keep your notes and things of that nature?
yes.
Pens, paper?
Patricia
Correct.
Vincent. You're going on the list. Thank you, darling.
You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct? Right. You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them? correct?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then
Big
what happened to
scissors
them
chip
after
show.
they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes,
Hi, ma'am.
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the,
Merry Christmas, Mandy. Good to see you. I'm putting your name on the list for the raffle. I'm raffling off over 3 nights. Any super chat, super sticker, gifted membership or membership is going in the draw for the raffle of a bunch of amazing Australian goodies, delicious things, a jar of Vegemite and a cool pair of shades that I've got the same pair. We can be twinnies around the world.
your facility
yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
And a few of
Sergeant
these
Buchanan
stickers.
and I brought them
go
to
in the
the
box.
evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
Did you What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were
Possibly.
secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
Confusion or trolling? You be the judge.
Not no.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
I'm so
Yes.
left-handed.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then
Yay,
when
Prince
Trooper
Lover.
DeChico created a label for him, but also put him in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence office. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring
Okay, one's in the chat. One's in the chat if you're a lefty. Two's if you're a righty. One's in the chat if you're a lefty. Two's if you're a righty. And thank you, Amanda, for your super chat. Thank you for being here and being you. XOXO from Detroit. Thank you. I can only be me. It's the best I can be, and everyone else is taken, right?
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
And you're going in the raffle.
bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
I'm so far behind in chat again. Okay, what a poll? Yes. Okay. Oh. Okay. Wow.
I'm not an evidence officer,
The
so I don't
twos
know
are
how that,
righties,
yeah, so I
ones
don't
are
know how
lefties.
that's generated.
Right. So as a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
Hi, Nikki. Good to see you.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
3 if
That's
you
when the
both.
clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled.
Taryn.
Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I don't know how to make a poll, unfortunately.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As the case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking
Every
control
time.
of?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
I have a 69 tattoo on my cancer tattoo on my arm to go with my cute pirate flag tattoo. Oof.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material from January 29th until March 14th when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created and it generates the time and date that a label is created. And then it shows that it's at our office in a secure facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility,
Jeez.
a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Where's the log? Where is
Objection.
the log?
Sustained.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
Ooh.
You were
Get out of
responsible
here,
for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
That's funny, Crystal.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
or received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. Would you
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure.
Sure.
Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo.
Yes,
So you
yes,
got
it was a
the four
typo.
Wrong,
Yes,
you got
yeah.
the one wrong,
Typo.
and you got the 6 wrong.
Scribner's error.
And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Okay. Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD to the Sallyport garage before a single.
Tara, night to the kiddos. I hope they've had a lovely day, a lovely Christmas day. And I hope you've had a lovely family day. Hope no one ended up at the emergency department like poor Steph. One of her kids needed stitches because they were such ferals. So that's why Steph isn't here tonight. But Merry Christmas, Karen kiddies. Good night.
Single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case, Trooper Proctor. Is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Oh, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Oh, no,
Was it
Piney.
Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but 2 barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Ma'am, just moving on.
Yes.
Yes. She wants a claw. Her voice is cracking. She needs a white claw or a mojito. Actually, that's a good point, Cheryl.
Trooper Proctor, you're the lead.
If you have a look in your email, Piney, you should have an email from YouTube. It might not be recent. It might be a little way back, but you should be able to find that email and click the link there. That's a very good idea, Cheryl. Look at us. We're so smart.
lead case officer on this case, that means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300?
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
It's a lot, isn't it?
Correct.
2 videos
The
from Cass's
sirens.
Corner Store, right?
The siren.
2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Oh,
There's surveillance video.
she's so like she's had it with Proctor. She hates him, but also just move along. He's a piece of shit, but we can't be impeaching him because Mass State Police and corruption and a frame job.
From Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior.
Well, thank you, Suze, for the zinger and also for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Glamour Suze says they were looking for Karen's vehicle 15 minutes later than they should have. Who knows what is on the videos showing her SUV at 12:30 to 12:35 a.m. Are you asking who knows? Oh, is it who knows? Chat, let's answer this question if we can. And Suze, you are going on the raffle list. Yay, cool.
Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's 2 different ones. There's the main driveway camera and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Hi,
Yes.
Lisa.
Some,
And you
Merry
indicated
Christmas.
at the time that there was one grainy video, looks sort of mainly black and grainy,
yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Ughhhh arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat
No.
it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Yes, please.
Question.
Please, please.
Are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Ughhhh and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage?
Objection.
Sustained.
Objection.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sally Port. That was the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to are the exterior of the building.
Okay, he's getting snarky.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sally Port? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sally Port camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sally Port, right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. There was this.
Thanks for joining us, Glamour Suze. Thank you so much. And I'm so happy that Camp Shorty, the Shorty community, could boost you up to over 100. We'll keep talking about your channel for the rest of the week and beyond. And good luck with your live stream. If I'm not there, I'll be thinking of you. You've got this, girl. And Merry Christmas, doll.
Exterior Sally Port video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sally Port. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify it?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sally Port, right?
Objection.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sally Port? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video.
Thank you, Heather.
End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sally Port garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sally Port, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
Sir, please, sir.
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sally Port garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
Was it? Was it?
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
She smiled in
Have you
that.
reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
She's smiling when she says
I'll
that.
see it sidebar if you want.
Sidebar. Sidebar. Play stupid, Proctor. Oh, that's right. You aren't playing. Oof, harsh but fair. Oh, he thinks he's smart, though. Masters of Criminology. Hi, thank you for joining. Yes, Bev does not like this idiot. I don't think anyone likes him much. His unprofessional behavior is repulsive, and so are those of his sergeant and lieutenant. Yes, I think you can tell she has to, like, the vehemence with which she said, you said those words, say them, you speak them. Remember when Lally was getting him to read into the record his text messages? So I guess as a woman and as a I don't know, an officer of the court, lol, Bev would hate him. But then as someone, I mean, how complicit is Bev in all of this? I mean, how long is a piece of string? Again, I've said that twice today. Yes, good point. Oh, why was that sustained, Beverly? She smiled when she said those last two sustains too. Also,
You are unmuted.
I was going to play that.
You are unmuted.
Mayor?
Damn it.
Yes, thank you. You've reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the
Thanks,
time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes,
A
correct?
jump, a
Approximately,
jump
yes.
cut, a jump cut, a jump. Oh, a little jump and apparition.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sally Port as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sally Port is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
I have watched those pre-trial hearings. I'm actually going to, we might even do one of the, in 16 nights of Shorty, so we've still got another 10 nights of consecutive Shorty. We're going to find out where that threshold is of too much Shorty. It's going to be somewhere at about day 12, I reckon, at the most. But I think I'll put them in as one of the streams in the next 10 days, nights. Yes, definitely.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I
Hi,
believe so.
Vida. Good to see you.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir. That
Did
was,
you make the request?
I did not.
So is it.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that video had essentially.
Merry Christmas, VDOT, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everyone watching. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way in or your way out. We're just enjoying spending time with Alan Jackson, not so much with Proctor.
Existed from the interior Sally Port area.
By whom?
That's debatable, Masters of Criminology.
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sally Port cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial.
Sorry, pausing for a minute. Laurie, I'm pretty sure that the transcriptions of the sidebars won't be publicly released until at least after the next trial, if there is one. They've been released just to the attorneys because of hanky panky, but not to the rest of us lowly folk.
Trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
Thank you,
I
Joseph.
don't recall. I thought it was before.
And thank you, Joseph.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
Full of food, huh? VDOT?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay. So when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago? Month ago?
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Just reviewing the video
Where?
at my
Mwah,
desk.
PM, mwah.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access
Oh.
to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on.
Poor AJ, he's afflicted with the shorty, the throat clear. I haven't had cheese yet, shorty, so far no throat clearing. Don't you worry, I'm getting hungry. Cheese is coming, and so too will the throat clear, and probably also the muting. Don't forget we've got you're muted in the members only emotes now.
It was on thumb drives and a disc.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right?
Hi,
That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exit. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Berkey.
Where is
Penny.
he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
Towards like the rear. Yeah.
Where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person? Did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked down the sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all. So
Okay. And you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
yes.
So anything else you noticed that was odd about the video
Drink some water, Proctor.
other than the time
Hydration.
skips?
What are you going to say to that, Proctor?
So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed. Was
No, it wasn't.
reversed?
No, it wasn't.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was it was backwards. So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left.
Oh,
Okay.
Proctor, you're funny.
I believe it was yellow.
Interesting. I beg your pardon.
Just moving on.
Yes.
AJ's like, I'm sorry, what the fuck? Excuse
So the
me,
video
sir,
you
what?
saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in
Oh my goodness.
in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It
You
was or
liar.
was not.
Was not.
Liar.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes. So I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle. It wasn't reversed. The car was brought in. Tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Well, were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
Objection. That was a fast one. That was a fast one.
And were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay.
We will take our luncheon break. You are muted. Of course, Kings.
Why don't we do 45 minutes?
Plenty of time to make a martini.
You are muted.
Yes, Kings. Oh, it's still loud. Wait. Hang on. Yes, Kings. I am still going strong. Let me just talk for a second, then I'll skip through the lunch break. Still going strong. I'm a massive fan of the long streams. Why would we do anything else? Good to see you again. Merry Christmas. Britt Ketchell, great idea, Prince Lover. Let's ask Ozzy to do an explanation. Britt, excuse me, Ozzy has. She and Abby have done some super long deep dive, meticulous deep dives. They've looked at all of the stuff. Excuse me. Vapes are good for you. Shorties ain't got no quit, right? Oh my God, I'm dying. Just a throwback to the discussion about the people tagging me on the Twitters, trying to bait me. There is one delightful lass at the moment, different to the yesterday's delightful lass, because I muted her, not blocked, just muted. Like, shh. She's just tagging me over and over again, trying to get me to talk. She's calling me a grifter, which is cute, because I'm giving hours and hours of myself every day on my holidays to spend time with my community and watch testimony and learn about things. It's not all Karen Reed. Got other stuff coming up. And nice try. Read. Not biting. Hang on. Wait. I'm still here, but I'm going through the lunch break. So talk amongst yourselves. Don't forget, if you would like to join the Discord, my Discord, it's a fun place. Just let us know when you join. If you have got a different name as your YouTube handle, if your Discord name is different to your YouTube handle, let us know who you are when you jump in, so we know. Because Steve Cody tried to join a few days ago, which was cute. I saw him and I banned him. But to save any of that kind of confusion, if you could just let us know, much appreciated. Yeah, much appreciated. Let's go back to showing the screen. I've got through the lunch break. Play.
Okay, let's bring the witness in, please.
Ready to rumble!
You are unmuted.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Very
Ron.
nice, Rachel.
Trooper Proctor, before we were discussing Sally Port video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of
In other words, the font color.
my memory, yes.
It is your new friend, Michelle. Yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sally Port videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Yes.
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sally Port videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sally Port videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct. That's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the Ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred Ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those Ring videos from the...
How do you join the Discord? Well, if you've got a Discord account, one of my amazing moderators, and probably more than one, will drop a link, an invite link to the Discord. And welcome. We did a bit of a house clean over the last couple of weeks to get rid of a few people that weren't quite the right fit for our community. And we're back to 100 members. So it's a beautiful, fun, supportive, kind place. Lots of documents, lots of links to things, lots of conversations, lots of support. It's a good one.
From One Meadows, from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the Ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes.
You had access to Mr. O'Keefe's Ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring.
Which means
Yeah.
some
So
way
you-
or another, you could get access to the Ring videos
Correct.
and watch those Ring videos on his app on the phone,
Yes.
which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided.
Sorry, pausing because a few people have asked, what is Discord? Discord is it's like a chat room, I guess, but like I think I like to describe Discord as being a big. It's a server. We call it a Discord server. My Discord server is like a big filing cabinet, and in that filing cabinet there are different drawers which are categories, and in each category there are hashtags which are like files or topics. So you basically have to have the app, the Discord app, and a Discord account. Very easy to do, to set up, and then you can go in there and chat, and it's lots of fun. You can't break anything. Anybody in Discord will help you navigate the way through. I get a little bit confused sometimes. We do fun things like games, like counting, but then like Aussie Cherie also drops lots of documents in there. We have lots of support channels for things like grief and trauma and I don't know, domestic violence, addiction. We also have lots of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe channels. So it's a beautiful place. It's a really lovely place. Get on it.
Provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize. Did that as the case officer, that the video of Miss Reed, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
That is
Absolutely
weird,
not.
Piney.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
On Pope?
As the
On
case
Pope?
officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the Ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you
Yes, you can boot someone. As soon as I saw Steve Cote in my Discord, I went straight to him and banned him. So you can time people out, you can ban them permanently, and you can kick them. So there's 3 different options. So anybody in pink, all of my moderators on YouTube are moderators in the Discord, and they're in pink. That's why their names are highlighted pink. So yes, so Steve Cote will no doubt utilize alternative Discord accounts. It's not as easy as he does with the YouTube trolling, but anyway, easy peasy. There's always people in there.
You certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
Best of my recollection, I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes.
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
I'm so sorry, Piney. We're here. Hope this has given you a bit of light levity, even though it's Proctor.
Do you recall exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
Yes,
May I
of course.
Yes.
Hi, Danny. Good to see you. Merry Christmas.
May I?
Mwah.
Yes.
If you would mind taking a look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
Whispering, hot mic. Do you have to read it out loud to read it? No, there you go.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Approach.
Yes.
That was awkward. If he's talking, he's lying, Britt. If he's talking, he's lying.
Trooper Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the ring video, he indicated taillights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? What's that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
You wrote a report on I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them. Every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
What's your on
Okay.
No, why would he bring anything official for this whole shenanigans? I am professional. Occasionally. Proctor ruins his own life. Heh.
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3.
Exactly. LA says, I've seen this a bunch of times and learned something new each time. Imagine how much the jury missed. Right? And Anthony asks, how the hell did he get the job? I think this is willful ignorance. Proctor, it seems, has been quite the effective detective in state trooper in other cases. This is the exception to that rule. I mean, I don't think he's necessarily consistently good, but I think he knows what to do, and I think that the fact that he knows what to do just goes to show that this was intentional, a frame job. And did we really ever question that? No. Rachel.
May I approach? Yes. Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event
Oh, the
at
shade.
12:41 a.m., indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from Ring Video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through Ring for months.
Yes.
As
yes,
well as
sure.
the video
Sure.
when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken tail.
He's doing that whole, hey, when I look at the jury, they'll believe me more because I'm so earnest. I would go so far as to suggest that perhaps Trooper Proctor would consider himself an honest and truthful person. I'm an honest and truthful person. When he's lying, he's looking at the jury. Well, no, he's always lying, but he's really wanting to drive this one home, right?
Taillight, that video is gone as well.
So at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't wave that again, okay?
Yes, sir.
She's such a bitch. Oh my God, she's such a bitch.
The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 and January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
No, there isn't.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely
Amazing.
not.
I'll let this one
Like
through.
I said before, we followed the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could
Sorry, I'll rewind it a bit. Bev said, "Don't wave that around, Mr. Jackson." So obviously, Alan Jackson was waving the report like, "Fuck off, Bev." Go back a little bit.
No, not at all.
not somebody from Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts.
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Ms. Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Again, we followed the facts and the evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Ms. Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over today. Is that right? On February 4th, 2022?
Amber, I have a short of that where she said, "No more, of course," and he said, "Of course, Your Honor," and then she laughs funny. So I've got one. I haven't got many shorts on the Karen Reed trial. I think about 16 or 18, but that's one of them.
Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab 10?
It's either the bait stamp or the,
This is triple F, this is Foxtrot. And the base stamp is 2526.
Yes, sir.
You see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting I didn't give my.
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes.
2526, Mr. Bates.
She hates Alan Jackson so much.
On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in
Objection.
relation to some sort of donation that she had given. I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael, meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Oh,
Take that down.
Lally's getting a bit spicy. He needs to talk to his mommy about this one. Yes, all lies preceded by absolutely and correct. Emphatic denials. That's what the behavior panel calls those absolutely nots. They're not, it doesn't mean, when you say absolutely not, it doesn't mean that you're lying. That's not a surefire thing. But when you watch someone like Proctor or Jennifer McCabe or any of the McAlberts on the stand, when they say absolutely not, emphatic denials, it's a little bit of a tell. Drinking all the water. He was nervous, and also he's been up on the stand talking for a while. You know, I have to drink water, but yes, the cake mouth is real. Reese, the donation. Donation. Did you donate? Oh, the donation to the wife, you mean? Or are you talking about a Karen Reid donation? Fashionably late as per usual. Hey fam. Hey resting bitch face. Good to see you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. You're in the States, right? Oh, we're back.
You are unmuted.
Hey, I wanted to play that. God,
You are unmuted.
rude.
Your Honor.
Yes.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor. I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me.
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to. Just this one.
That
Or the whole
that's
page goes in.
stricken. That's
You
stricken.
responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me,
Gotcha, Reese. Gotcha.
that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself.
No.
Poor Karen.
No, it's
Poor
not.
Karen.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
You believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
Yannetti watching the jury, watching Alan Jackson, and also shielding Karen from Paul O'Keefe's gaze. Very protective, very chivalrous. I have a lot of respect for David Yannetti and all the times he used his body to block the glare of Paul O'Keefe.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Julie Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved.
Hi,
Those are your
Mike.
words,
Merry
right?
Christmas.
Objection.
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats this morning.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
V. Dot.
Your friends wrote this whole thing in their words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was a word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I would say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elba had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that.
That's all
We're
I
watching
have.
that again, chat.
Mr. Lally?
We're watching that again, chat, because that was mic drop. All of the mic drops. Just bear with me, though. That's like, I have a visceral response to all of that.
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Britt, it was objected to. It was the shame on you, sir. That's argumentative, and you're not allowed to. Yes. So, no, it wasn't Britt. It was resting bitch face. RBF. Yes, that was why it was objected to and sustained. If of any of the objections that Bev sustains, that one's probably it was an objectionable utterance.
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats this morning.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Your friends wrote this whole thing, in their words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I had said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was a word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I would say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted in in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elba had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that.
That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Fucking Lally.
Thank you.
So the thing is with Alan Jackson doesn't, like, he didn't really ever care. The things that he got admonished for by Auntie Bev were of no consequence to him. He doesn't have to, well, he does actually now, but theoretically he didn't need to appear again before Auntie Bev. It's not like it's his local, he's a judge, a court that he has to, argue regularly. So to him, it didn't matter. And particularly then, because that was his mic drop moment, it didn't matter. The objection doesn't matter. As to quote EDB, you can't put that shit back in the horse. So he can say whatever he wants. It's not like he's going to get sanctioned for. I mean, it wasn't hugely egregious or even that objectionable, but that. So we'll keep going unless you want to stop. We'll watch this little bit of fucking Lally. Don't worry, I'll speed it up. May as well. We're all here. Merry Christmas. Thank you for being here. Happy holidays. Hope you've had a lovely day and are enjoying hanging out with shorties. Don't forget to hit the like button.
Sure.
We've got to keep that ratio up, right? Rach? Let's go faster because Lally. Jesus, Lally. Baby shark. Night, Prince. Thank you so much. Mwah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, when you had started with cross-examination the other day, you were asked questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me. And he had no basis or no facts of these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there. And instead of saying, okay, and leaving, he asks, is Corny Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Objection.
I'll slow it down a little.
Yes.
It's a little fast. Hang on. I'll slow it down a smidge. It's like I spoke the frog in my throat into existence. I shouldn't have mentioned it because here we are again with the old frog throat. I just my brain went to say something and my mouth said no, don't say that. So I didn't. I'm proud of myself. Amber says utmost integrity. Let's make a list of their integrity. I'll start. Red Solo cups, right? Leaf blower. Sorry, distracted trying to figure out your Discord. Lol. Oh, there's a lot. My Discord has a lot of categories and channels, but I try to put a different emoji at the start of every channel name just so that you can if you're a visual person, the words don't all blur into one. You can maybe look for topics that way. Oh, cry more, you idiot. Right, Crystal? Preach or reach a little further, Proctor, right? Shut the fuck up, liar. grasping at straws. Okay, thanks, Petty. Michelle. I'll only ever call you Petty, I swear. Got to get ready for work. Mwah. Get that overtime coin, girl. Get that bag. Love that for you. Oh, Crystal, the story of my life. The things that usually my mouth runs with it before my brain goes, stop. This time my brain thought of it and my mouth went, no, don't say that. Like, don't say that. Integrity. No separate interviews. Didn't go in the house. Stop and shop paper bags. Yes. He just lied on the stand. Oh, just then or what? The whole time? Jackson was kind of slow to object here. Oh, you might have gotten an old link, RBF. Try one of the links that Amber will drop a link in the chat now for you, and you can try that one because they expire after 7 days. And I think Michelle and maybe Steph didn't realize that. Oh, good. Hey, troll. Bye. Butthurt turtle riders. There ain't no butthurt turtle riders here. We're just tried and true. Turtle riders strong. Turtle ruse and turtle riders unite. Try that one. Try that one. Proctor has a loose relationship with the truth. Yes. It is. No, it would have been an expired link. I hadn't thought to tell some of my mods that they need to get a new link every time. I just get a new link every time, a fresh one. So there's never any risk of it being an expired link. I'm really glad drunken high schools took time from the house party to write the rules and regulations for evidence collection. That's hard to say, man. Massachusetts. Yes. Thanks for the tongue twister, V. Love you. I wonder why the defense hasn't voir dired the so-called experts the prosecution brings. Let them bring whatever. Well, of course, the defense is going to have better firing power because their case is good. The prosecution, the Commonwealth case is not good. We ain't got no quit, Turtle Riders. That's right. We ain't got no beef either, and we ain't got no grift. Come at me, bro. I'm curious what all them sidebars are. Sidebar. The trolls are bigging. Oh, maybe you're the troll, Michelle Smith, girl. There seems to be a correlation here. Still listening. Yes. Good. Lovely. Well, not once did Jen McCabe or Kerry Roberts stop and look at the tail light. Yes, correct. So how can he say video disappeared? We saw the video. Oh, I mean, there's so many questions. So many questions. Got to go. Take care. Thank you, Catherine from Arizona. Merry Christmas. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, and I look forward to seeing you again soon in 16 Nights of Shorty. And don't forget to hit the like on your way out if you haven't already. Thanks, love. Broken taillight pieces. Where are Officer John O'Keefe's socks? OJO's clothing driven around in the back of a pickup truck, then dried on butcher paper in an open office. Right. Did you see Karen's reaction then? Her eyes followed Proctor walk past, looked at her family, and shook her head in disbelief. Yeah, like, right? It's the essence of the SMH acronym. Fucking leaf blower. Can't believe they got the witness on the stand and spoke the words they spoke, right?
You are unmuted.
Tossed on the hospital floor, correct? Yes. The what about the interviews with the witnesses from 34 Fair all in the same room? Excuse me. LA is dying for them to unseal the transcript. I'll pay an obscene amount of money because those sidebars will be fire. You don't need to. I think you'll probably be able to get them. Are you a member of the, excuse me, Seeking Justice Discord server? A very amazing resource. Dizzy and Tracy, two of my good friends, and both shorties do amazing work gathering documents. In fact, they're doing the FOIA request on the documents about Adam Levi Boyd. Yes, that Adam drives Helen. So we're going to get to the bottom of it. I have suspicions, and I think they are going to be confirmed. Why wasn't the supplier of the solo cups and Stop and Shop bag called on the stand? Well, exactly. Has anyone done a tally on how many times he used absolutely not on a response? Which clearly means I'm a big liar. No, it was a lot. How many, if any? Yeah. Disappearing sidebar transcripts wouldn't subscribe. Disappearing sidebar transcripts wouldn't surprise me. Words, orderly manner, sentence. Thanks, Amber. Dizzy is your girl. Dizzy's a good one. She's a real one.
You are unmuted.
We were already unmuted. We could hear the noise.
Please rise for the jury.
All rise. I don't think there's a rumble, but we'll play it anyway.
Let's get ready to rumble.
I got my EDB gavel. Amber, did you see that? I got a rubber gavel also. Pretty cool, huh? the transcript. Oh my god, the transcripts would all be inverted. Lol.
Thank you. Maybe see the
Yes, so there's the Seeking Justice Discord server. It's an amazing resource. They put in so much time and energy.
Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It
Oh,
was
for
probably
goodness sake.
a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregard it. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record.
I love the Boston accent. I just love it.
And Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Trooper Proctor, try that again. As far as you were asked about text messages that occurred in August of 2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Correct.
And so
fucking
at the
hates
time
him.
of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
In August of 2022, why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt about it in an open court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I said, I stand by the integrity of this investigation, as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Now,
And
were there
don't
also
forget
motions
shorties.
filed by Mr. Yannetti or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to
It's amazing, LA.
children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Oh,
Have you, at any point in time, ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
love, LA.
Form?
In that form, it's stricken. Not allowed to ask it that way, Mr. Lally.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers?
Wow, that's amazing. Good one.
From the start of this investigation with an open mind. Like I said,
Sorry, thanks to you, Joseph. You were throwing out those dollar bills and $10 bills and $5 bills like there was nothing else that mattered. If you're not aware, Auntie Deb has been doing raffles and donating every cent raised from all proceeds directly to Karen's Defense Fund. Mad respect to Auntie Deb. He's good people. A lot of time for Jimmy.
I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th, 2022,
Yes.
was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Miss Reed had anything to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Resting bitch face, do you have a Discord account? Like, do you have do you have the app? Because you need to have an account set up, and you need to have the Discord app either on your laptop or your computer or on your phone or your iPad, on your device.
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, wait. RBF. Yes, you already were in the Discord, weren't you? Oh no, because someone did. I think it was Crystal. Yeah, I think it was Crystal. No, yeah. Sorry, carry on. I got confused because pretend I said nothing. Nothing.
Well, sir, I'm giving you 01562, 63, and 64, and ask you to read those and look up.
What were the numbers again, Mr. Lally?
1562, 63, and 64, I believe.
Sorry, resting bitch face. One more thing. Were you on the server before? Like, is it possible that I accidentally booted you because I did do some house cleaning? So, RBF, can you just type in the chat if you have already been in our Discord server? Because if that's the case, I might have booted you. I have booted about 4 or 5 people in the last couple of weeks accidentally or trigger happy on cleaning house. And if I did, I apologize. All of those people that I accidentally booted are back. So, yeah. And Nick, I'll unban you as well. Sorry, man. Yikes. Nick Francis, if you want to join the Discord again, you're welcome to. Sorry about that. We're mending bridges, yeah? Olive branches and shit. Amazing. Christine always says, just finished watching Auntie Deb. Great amount raised for Karen. Yes, over $2,300. Amazing. There you goes. There you go. Good, good, good. Well, that's a relief because we'll try and work it out. Yes, C. Smith, you did get booted. You're back in. I absolutely booted you. I was paranoid. Not paranoid. It was with due reason. But you can join again if you would like to, if you will accept my apology for being a little overly cautious. Sorry about that.
Now, Trooper, after reviewing those 3 pages, is there now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that testimony?
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told,
Hypervigilant. Thank you, Amber.
other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both McCabe's and the office, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. Albert was involved anyway. Like I said before, the
On the fundraising thing, can I just remind you that I've also been running a fundraiser for Karen for months now. slightly different. I have these free Karen Reed stickers that I designed and myself, and there were 200 of them. There's about 100 of them left. So if you would like one of these, all you need to do is make a direct donation to Karen's Defense Fund or her PayPal or Venmo, $10 or more. Send me a screenshot either via email or DM and on any of the socials. $10 will get you one. Up to $50 will get one. $50 to $99 will get you two. And $100 or more will get you three. So, that was my thing, and it cost me a lot of money to set that thing up, like over $600. So, yes, that. But so if you would like to do any, have a little bit of something to show, or if you've just donated recently and you didn't know I was running that sticker fundraiser. Still screenshot it. I don't mind if you've already made a donation recently or in a couple of recent months. Send me a screenshot. My helpers have got still stickers left to send out in the States and thank you cards. So that.
From witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed. Her statements to us, Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight and the fact that leaving Brockton, instead of going to Dighton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dighton, which I found odd.
Now, if at any point in time over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Abbott was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 29th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Now, if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection.
I don't allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that,
Regardless of his position, correct?
regardless of what he does for a profession.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
My apologies, John.
I just love the Hosmenis.
You,
Will we say Hos long and Hos many forever? I think we will. Same as what if any.
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
and sir, if I could direct your attention within there to page 2535.
Good idea, Amber.
Yes, sir.
You were asking questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29th, 2022 at 11 p.m.
Welcome
What is the
back,
content,
Smith.
or what did you send to that group?
C. Smith, welcome back.
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
So that's also information that you had late in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
Inform that, Steve.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn it?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Just retreat.
I'm writing it down, Britt. I like it. Thank you for understanding, C. Smith. Thank you. Yes, P. We live here now.
Now, you were asking questions about people that you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And that included Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts, is that correct?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Ms. Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
Whatever.
So as far as
Facts.
what Ms. Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your purview, correct?
No, not at all.
Hey, I just want to say
Now,
thank you all so
specific-
much for being here. There's still 160-ish, it's sort of up and down a little bit, but about 160 of you still here. Merry Christmas. Thank you for spending your Christmas night with us here in Camp Shorty. It's pretty cool. I love that. I was actually thinking, I don't know, is there going to be anybody on Christmas? And here we are. You guys rock.
Specifically, you were asking questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper Chico in regard to his medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those occurred in April 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant, Ms. Reed, charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
It's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case, correct?
Objection. I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you aware of certain witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
No shit,
And so-
Bev's allowing it.
False reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Sporty Bello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, the Albert family that you were familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
No.
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not know, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch your phone, Mr. Mann.
Certainly are. How
Lally,
many
you're
members of the Albert
direct.
family did
direct.
you know when you started this investigation in January, or when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Now, you were asking questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on
Higgins
February
is.
10th, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that date, had you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that. That's kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
I believe I'd reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was in February 2022, correct?
yeah,
So what
Yes.
my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert, if you know?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes.
Was there any response from you?
No.
Did you have any further communication with Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall the serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
Now, as far as babysitting for your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No.
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, was that something that you had asked for or something that your sister had suggested?
Yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by that?
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being discussed in those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her, if any?
Just general information, nothing specific about the case.
Now, you were also asked about a specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ. Is that correct?
Yes.
Jesus
And that was
Christ.
in reference to the
Blasphemy.
body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustain this to your form. Watch how you ask these questions, Mr.
You're
Lally.
asking
Your
legal
Yes.
questions, Lally.
With regard to that information, as far as who the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with your sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge?
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with in regards to the homeowner.
Now, in regard to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that in jest? How would you characterize that?
I didn't take
I'll allow it.
that offer seriously. And as I had mentioned I believe on Monday, that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said, get my wife a gift. She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide a week before. So that was my response, get Elizabeth one. And she never received one.
Now, you were asked some questions about Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
And as far as what, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
It was my understanding Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin's birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front and left at sometime around 12:10 a.m.
Was that information that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
We knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is leaving around like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m. So they did not cross paths.
Now, Mr. Jackson was asking you about some people as far as interviews or later in October or so of 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Ms. Levinson, and Colin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only one person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Did that math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only 1 person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba, to your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
No.
And why not?
They weren't present for when the adults had arrived back from the waterfall.
So they had left 34 Fairview like Colin Albert prior to the waterfall people coming in.
Objection.
Sustain is that form.
What, if any, information did you have with regards to the whereabouts of Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the waterfall?
They had left the residence.
So,
Hi, Shelley babes. Good to see you. Merry
with
Christmas.
respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and not Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Colin was falsely accused of.
Objection.
You got to sustain that.
Can you answer that same question,
Oh.
Mr. Lally asked you?
Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Answer it.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
That had no evidence to back that up, that he was involved whatsoever. My office and myself felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down, and get his story, his facts of that evening. So that's why we interviewed him at that date and time later on.
And when you say we, do you recall who was present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Are you aware of Sergeant Mechanic getting screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Miss Allie McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Ms. McCabe's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone extractions and what different material may mean within Cellbrite extraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from Trooper Nicholas Garino, a Ms. Jessica Hyde, and a Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts, those are people who have special knowledge or specialized knowledge as it relates to Cellbrite technology that you do know, correct?
Objection.
Form of the question is sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of Trooper Nicholas Garino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to Cellbrite or cell phone technology that you do not have?
Objection.
Allowing it under voting.
May we approach?
Sure.
You are
Sorry, I'm just lolling at the never-ending Twitter. Man, these people hate me. Lol. Nice try though. Nice try though, Michelle Smith. If you're still listening, I think you are very much right about Mr. Monk's understudy. Check out the Twitters, love. So Lally knows what. This is dirty info. Lally knows all of it's dirty info. Lally is better than Ambien to put you to sleep, right? Right. Did the feds tell AJ Yannetti about Colin and Ali's whereabouts? I'm not sure. Good question. Crystal says, got to get help on how to ask a non-leading question. What if anything didn't work? Yikes. Yes, ducking. They are relentless. But like I just look at it and go, we're okay. Good luck to you. I know who's still behind it. And let's just say it isn't Adam Levi Boyd. It's the other
you are unmuted.
equally vile creature at the leading the charge, just under a different name. Deleted their Twitter account, but kept one of the many sock accounts.
Let me rephrase that.
We see you.
As far as you're aware that Trooper Nicholas Garino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen have all looked at Ms. McCabe's Cellbrite and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas exceeds your own, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your conversations with Kevin Albert,
Oh my
how would you
goodness, Lally, you are just torture. Who's zoning out? All of us. Please explain. Thank you so much for your $5 super sticker. That's amazing. You're going in the raffle draw for the bunch of Australian goodies, delicious Tim Tams, mint slices, Maltesers, some Dairy chocolate stuff, some Cadbury dairy milk stuff, which is different to your dairy milk, Cadbury stuff in the States. We have different food safety requirements, different stuff. Our stuff's better. Just saying. A big jar of Vegemite. So I'll be doing any super chat memberships or super stickers for
those in relation to this investigation.
What did I just do? I just turned it back on with my earbud. That's pretty fancy. So you're on the list. I'm going to be drawing it the night after. So not tomorrow night, the night after. 3 nights of raffle. Any donation, well, like any money sent my way, will go there. And you can tell me I'm grifting all you like, but it's I'm just getting the stuff off my hands, and cool pair of sunnies as well. I'll show you later. I'll show you tomorrow night. Siebes with sunnies tonight. But you're in the draw. Please explain. Thank you.
They had nothing to do with this investigation. Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to. potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to, but the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we're working together.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mwah.
Presenting documents
Marmite.
the other day.
Marmite is very similar to Vegemite, just a bit less
Yes.
flavor.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Text communication with Kevin
Free
Albert.
Karen Reed.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stand pages of 2600 and 2601.
Vegemite is good, Pierre, if you win. Shelly Babes, that's a good one.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regards to activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date, where did the two of you go?
I recall going down to the Cape to at least interview at least one person of interest.
And that was down in the town of Sandwich, to be specific, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Kevin Albert leaving his badge in your car, do you recall that?
I do.
If I could direct your attention to page 2602. And what, if any, text communication is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his address?
After I informed Kevin Albert I had located his badge, I follow up, what's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
You're asking his address because you don't know his address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Why are you asking for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
You're so close with him that you don't know where his house is, correct?
Sustained.
Pierre, you're so polite. I love you.
I approach this retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes. Bev is getting sick of this. She wants to go home. Bev, you have one job, Bev. Patience.
You were asking questions about ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes.
To be clear, did you delete any ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's account, either on his app, on his phone, or from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Now, when you saw that there were ring videos missing from times that you expected videos to be, specifically what I'm asking about is Ms. Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if a video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video? Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
You were looking for additional information from that same ring video, correct?
Objection sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
Additional video.
You were asking questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
As far as that 0041 note, do you know what that means?
Chat, uno momento. Pia, did you, dying, vapes are good for you. Did you eat it very sparingly? You need to have just the most sparing scrape, just a little whisper of Vegemite. I like it thicker than that, but Vegemite is good with lots of lashings of butter, proper butter, and on toast, and just a little whisper of Vegemite. It's good in cooking too, Pierre, and I know you like to cook. It's very good in cooking. Thanks for coming to my Vegemite talk. Timely Manner says Vegemite and onion rolled up in scone dough and baked. Yum, yum. Okay, back to it. Sorry, not sorry.
Additional video.
You were asking questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
As far as that 0041 note, do you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper DeChico could answer for.
Yum. I love it. A smear. Like the smear campaign on my name. Same, except it's lashings of Vegemite. No, it's a whole jar. Good luck to them. I love that for them.
So you were asking questions about Sallyport video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage, where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Oh, my fucking God. Motherfucker. You suck my dick. Welcome. Hi, it's me. I'm the professional. Lol. Jesus fuck, chat. Oh, wait. Redirect. We're up to here. It tells us, weren't we? God damn it.
Readers in the back. Obviously, vital conditions as they're coming down, like that slight hill getting just before.
We're going to call it here.
That there were ring videos missing from times that you
Yes.
expected videos to be.
But yes, I'm actually doing a stream tomorrow night at 8 Eastern about the dark triad, which is the people. There is a theory that there is a group of people in society, in humankind, that have a cluster of personality traits that are psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism. So that'll be interesting. And within the next few days, I'm also going to do a stream on malignant narcissists. So come one, come all. Very enlightening, I promise. Sorry about the whole slide back thing. It's iconic.
Specifically, what I'm asking about is Ms. Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if a video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video?
Yay, Deb. Yay, Jimmy. Good one.
Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
You were looking for additional information from that same ring video, correct?
Objection sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
Additional video.
You were asking questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
As far as that
yes,
0041 note, do you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper DeChico could answer for.
I'm writing it down, Amber.
I may have just a moment. Your Honor.
Yes. We're also going to do one on
So you were asking questions about Sallyport.
4chan trolls. Some people start their time out as professional trolls, spreading misinformation, actively, willingly, knowingly, spreading lies under the guise of pure facts. So we're going to be doing that as well. So we've got a lot of psychology coming up, a lot of learning, a lot of life lessons have been learned in the last few weeks. And I'm looking forward to shining some light on what we've learned.
Video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage, where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of some other ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing
I don't
the
think so.
defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, Police Department, specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Ave at 8:22 in the morning on the 29th, in which you can also observe damage to the taillight?
Objection. Sustained is to the floor.
As far as 8:22 in the morning, what, if any, video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's taillight?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check, and on the dash cruiser camera, you can see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right taillight to be broken and missing pieces.
And as far as your time at the home indictment vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was towed from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway which depicts the right rear passenger side tail light of the defendant's vehicle.
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
Now, sir, if I could turn you back to those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as all those other videos that we talked to, all of those videos precede your time in the Sally Port garage at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference
Yes,
to,
Kath.
you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier, that at some point in time later in the day or early in that evening, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or you were aware of that when you were involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the defendant's vehicle?
Correct. Yes.
And you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had conducted a search around 34 Fairview and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and the taillight?
Objection. Sustained as to form.
What, if anything, were you aware of in regard to Lieutenant Tully doing with the CERT team at 34 Fairview earlier that day?
Detective Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team conducted a search, discovered several pieces of broken taillight pieces, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And the shoe that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had retrieved, what, if anything, did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yeah, they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
No, they didn't match, actually,
Now, you had
in my
talked to
opinion.
first responders, correct?
Yes.
And that included firefighter Flamati,
Correct.
and that included Sergeant Good.
Yes.
You had done interviews with regard to Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Matthew McCabe, correct?
Yes.
The defendant
Yes.
and other troopers from your unit had also interviewed Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of statements that were attributed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe to the defendant as far as what she told them earlier that morning?
Yes.
And you aware of statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to the troopers in regard to what they had observed that morning?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had got to 34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr. O'Keefe's body? However, the defendant sort of bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Objection. You can ask that differently, Mr. Lally.
With respect to the statements from Ms.
Yes,
McCabe and Ms. Roberts,
Shelley,
with
I
regard
can
to their
see you.
arrival at
Hi.
34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in relation to those statements?
Yeah, from those statements, as Miss Roberts was driving down Fairview, Miss McCabe was in the passenger seat, Miss Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down like that slight hill, getting just before the left side of the property. Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts indicated that. Miss Reed said, "There he is. I see him. I see him." And Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts didn't know what Miss Reed was talking about. They stopped the car. Miss Reed ran directly over to John O'Keefe's body. And even when Miss Reed had exited the vehicle, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts still didn't know what was going on and what she was running to.
Now, were you aware from your conversation with firefighter Flamati that the defendant had stated, "I hit him," in the presence of firefighter Flamati earlier that morning?
Yes.
And were you also aware of statements the defendant made to other first responders about her getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview, indicating the last time she saw him?
Later on, subsequent interviews.
Big
So
time,
at the
Kirks.
time
Big time.
that you're sending these text communications within this group chat in the later part of the evening of January 29th, 2022.
More water.
What is
Whoa,
it
whoa.
that you did
Whoa,
know
whoa.
in relation to your investigation with regard to Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
All right. So we knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. It went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature. John never went into the house.
Oh,
And then the following morning,
says who? Says the McAlberts.
Miss Reed, Miss Roberts, and Miss McCabe located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital. The one sneaker. Later on in the day, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight,
Did you
as
put
well
them
as
there,
the missing
Peter?
sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some
Pausing for a moment just to say, because he's ranting, raving on. Ava's mom, thank you so much. Started stream an hour and 20 minutes in, and I'm finally caught up. Summarize: people who say shit about others are jelly and intimidated. Yes. Imagine Elaine and Lally on the same case. People would be jumping out of windows. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's funny. That's funny. Hang on. Wait. That is funny. True. And also, Ava's mom, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I am doing a currently last night, tonight, and tomorrow night. All any dollars that come my way are going into the raffle to be drawn the night after next. A bunch of Australian stuff, food, yummy stuff. Cool pair of 2 Savage Sunnies, a big jar of Vegemite. Pierce says hard no to that. But thank you so much, and I'm glad you've caught up. And yes, strong agree. But some people just like to they enjoy being ugly. That's not our jam though. So
some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed had provided to Sergeant Mechanic and I. Yeah.
So at the time that you made those comments, disparaging comments in regard to Ms. Reed in the context of those communications with your friends, as inexcusable, as unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with a vehicle.
Yeah, you've got to watch the form, Mr. Allen. It's sustained.
he just doesn't know how to do it, does
At
he?
the time that you made those inexcusable and unprofessional comments, what did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts, Mr. O'Keefe got out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass he walked out of the waterfall bar with. Miss Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
And then came back 5.5 hours later, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Oh, we made it.
Jackson?
Oh yes, please, Mr. Jackson. Thank God.
So you think that your assessment,
Wait,
personal
the
assessment,
speed. It's too fast.
that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car gave you license to call her a cunt,
Objection.
right?
Hard T. Cunts in the chat. Cunts in the chat.
Based on the evidence, sir, my emotions got the best of me. So it was in poor taste. Yes, it was it was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my emotions that gotten the best of me.
And you called her a whack job. Gave you license to call her that too.
Yes.
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's fucked, right?
That's what I wrote.
Gave you license to say that she's a retard.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
Sustained. Same question.
Thought it was a good one the first time. So the fact that
AJ.
you believe personally that your narrative was she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
So
Objection.
bad.
Sustained.
What a vile human.
You indicated on cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Ms. Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes.
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
Right?
I'll allow it.
She got to allow it.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Night night, corn pope.
Yes.
Merry Christmas. Mwah.
And then you said, there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
But Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Boom.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Right?
I am one part of a greater group of detectives
Look at Karen's
that
face. Look
gathers
at Karen's
evidence. I'm
face.
just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
I love her.
Objection.
Sustained.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else?
Oh, Bev. She's like,
All right, Trooper, you are awesome.
oh my God,
you,
we
Your Honor.
made it, chat. We made it.
Thank you, jurors.
Fuck off. Merry Christmas, you whack job cunt. Who's the whack job cunt?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Lieutenant Brian Tully to the stand.
We'll do Tully another time. Yikes. We did it. Congratulations, chat. Merry Christmas. 4 hours 40. How about that? Nanite Corn Pope. Lol, please. Lol, please. I look forward to seeing your far too good / far too bad to tell it publicly story in the Discord, Rachel. I look forward. Elegant and so poised. She really is. She's the epitome of poison class, our Karen. So I'm taking off. Fun and can't wait for the next shows. Ta-da! Bye, Kathy. Thank you for sticking around. Proctor has grown a beard. Yes. Check the Discord. I will. I'll stay well away from the Twitters and I'll definitely spend all my time in the Discord because it's a safe place. Twitters, not so much. Kirks71 says they deleted the ring cam for a reason. Also, the library footage would have showed either Ali or Higgins driving past at 37 minutes past midnight. That's why it had to go. Karen was already at John's, so it wasn't her. Bingo. Aced it. His wife says that she doesn't want to do him tonight either. Hey, chat, if you haven't already, please go and subscribe to Glamour Sue. She has a brand new channel that she's diligently practicing her live streaming techniques to go live for the first time this Friday night at 8 Eastern. Talking about all the amazing moments in 2024. It's a highlight reel from Glamour Sue's. So we got Sue's over the line from 50 to well over 100 subscribers. So if one of my beautiful mods could drop that link in the chat again, I would really appreciate it. Shorties, we rise up everybody. Strong women and all women lift each other up. Stronger together. That's just how we roll. Yes. No more Paul ever. We did do Trooper Paul. No, we didn't do Trooper Paul. We reviewed his testimony. It was fun. Night. Thanks, shorties. Thank you all so much for the beautiful support. All those entries into the raffle. Joseph Kane, thank you for the gift of memberships. Michelle, other people. Let me just check. Let me just go through it so I don't just. TLA Terry, Lois became a member. Joseph. Robin G, Pierre. Gifted 10. Thank you, Pierre. Candy gifted. Colors gifted. Ruthie gifted. Joseph Kane flicking out the ones all night. Lovely. And thank you all you others for the lovely kind generosity / entries into the raffle. We'll be drawing that the night after next. So this is the last time we're playing the intro song. It's gone after tonight because, it's a little viscerally triggering. So one last time, what a shame, but it's got to go. So Peaches. Night. I didn't know you were here. Lovely. Thank you, lurkers. Thank you, replay crew. Drop a comment after. There you go. Can we please all subscribe to Glamour Sue's Rising Seas Lift All Ships? That's how we do things around here. Beautiful. Sweet dreams. Have a good night. Merry Christmas to you all. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, friends. Thank you, shorties. It's been fun. We have got lots more to go. At least 16 nights of shorty left. Wouldn't have it any other way. Mwah. Love your faces. Peace out. Thank you, Timely Matter, for subscribing. Mwah. Bye.
nice. She's a fucking delight. Winter cold to hot summer rays. Reindeer will fly, pulling Santa's sleigh. 2 countries, a world away. The same holiday. The Cloud Queen cares for everyone. Her roller coaster ride has only just begun. This is her wish. Debug, demystify, destigmatize. Miss Shorty's on the naughty list. This tune is the Christmas sound. Her global roller coaster goes around. It's the holidays at every turn. She is a Christmas star out of Melbourne. Miss Shorty connects all the lights, just checking all bright to light up Christmas night. She's a fucking delight.